here, having all the insights, and today's going to be even better. So many panels and having so much energy. It's really nice. So it's very important in personality. We have all these. Let's take our seats. We have people. So who haven't talked? We have people out there still. Let's wait a little bit then before we get started officially. So we're gonna have the equipment for interpretation. They're telling me English, Spanish, Mandarin, Russian. The devices are available in the entrance of the auditorium. So if you didn't get yours, you can feel free to get it. It's in the at the entrance. Also, those of you who have not signed up, please do so on the business round and keep an eye on the schedule. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask the available team. We have several people available to help you. The whole group is spread out. You got people inside and outside, right? Pode tirar. You got people out there too. People are coming. Those of you coming, just come, take a seat up front, please, as much as in the front as possible. Some people are arriving. They are in the foyer. They're coming.
Bem-vinda.
Welcome, everyone. Let's take a seat, please. We're going to start soon. Those of you taking your seats, please feel free to come forward. Reminding you that in case it's necessary, we have interpretation of English, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. So if you need it, we have the devices at the entrance of the auditorium, all right? And for those who are participating in the business round of the B2B, please be aware for the scheduling. If you have any questions, just come to the team that's available here in the foyer. They are in the white room next to the auditorium. We'll get started, all right? Welcome, everyone. It's with immense pleasure that we get started our second day of the third edition of WeFORUM, Women Entrepreneur Forum, connecting women and generating opportunities. I'm Deborah Aguilar. I'm the founder and president of a business platform called Lady Diamond. One of the a sponsor of the event is also she's an entrepreneur. We have entrepreneur women all around the world in Brazil, and I'm here as your host, as we always do, and I'm happy to do so from the invitation from Monica Conte Monteiro, and I'm happy to make this connection with you. We would like to greet all those present and all those who are watching us online through YouTube. Our event is being transmitted also on YouTube and will be available for you later on. We would like to kindly ask you to put your phones on airplane mode, on silent mode, so you don't have, it's not going to disturb you getting all the wonderful and rich information that you will get here. Let's avoid these noises. This event promotes interaction, collaboration, and interaction with women, with empowering the economic situation of women and uniting here more than 12 national and international entities linked to the feminine universe. The forum continues today with a very rich program with this virtual business meeting. The We Business Forum, Business Networking, will give you a possibility to promote business opportunity. A round of business in the B2B that's going to be happening in the white room next to the auditorium. Throughout the day, we're going to have important panels that is going to be talking about several pillars: technology, industry, finances, infrastructure, energy, and consumption. And now we would like to go to the thinking. Without this team and these companies and these people that organize this event, none of this would be possible. No connection, very valuable that's happening. So let's go and thank them, our sponsors and the supporters of the third WeFORUM.
Third WeFORUM, Entrepreneur Forum. It is held by CMEC, the Council of the Women Entrepreneur and Culture, CACB, Confederation of Commercial and Business Associations in Brazil, CNI, National Confederation of Industry, CIN Network, Brazilian Network of Business International Centers, Apex Brasil, Brazilian Agency for the Promotion of Exports and Investments, Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services of the federal government, and IBRE, Brazilian Institute of the Development of International Business Relationships. And of course, we cannot not thank our sponsors. They are ACSP, Commercial Association of São Paulo, BRB Bank, IDB, Inter-American Bank, Sebrae, and Group Sabin, Diagnostics and Health. We also count on the support of All Ladies League, Beauty Fair, Brazil Cham Sweden, BRICS WBA, CCX, Brazilian Council of Commercial Importer and Exporter Companies, Club Women, Businesswomen of Portugal, Portugal, the Leading Women, IBICT, Infra Women Brazil, Lady Diamond, Inspiring Women, Positive Women, OBME, Brazilian Organization of Businesswomen, WICCI, Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, WIL, Women in Leadership in Latin America. Well, before we start, we want to thank also Mr. Ambassador Laudemar Gonçalves de Aguiar Neto. He's the Secretary for Trade Promotion, Science, Technology, Innovation and Culture of the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs. We'd like to thank also Mrs. Barbara Botega. She's a Secretary of the Government of the State of Minas Gerais. Also, Mr. Coronel Carlos Henrique Guedes is advisor for the Governor of Minas Gerais. Our special thank you to two women that didn't measure efforts. They are always organizing these big events of WeFORUM that are bigger and bigger and more powerful every day. This is an international event with national and international authorities. And these two women, they dedicate voluntarily to this cause. They are great leaders that I would like to invite to the stage and welcome you on behalf of the organization of WeFORUM. Mrs. Ana Cláudia Badra Kotaide, President of the National Council of Businesswomen and Culture of CACB, and Mrs. Mônica Monteiro, President of the Industrial Forum of Businesswomen of CNI, President of BRICS WA Brazil, Institutional Director of BandPay TV and CACB, and Advisor for the CIN Group. It's an honor to be here with you. Thank you. We'd like to call as well Mr. Mauricio Prazaki, President of the Brazilian Institute of Development of International Business Relations, IBRE. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I really would like to thank you for your presence and this dedication, which is very important in an event like this. We have 2 days of event. Yesterday was the opening, and today it's a day of work, of connections, of relationships, of networking. So I would like to say to you that I'm very happy. But before everything, I want to greet my women from CMEC, my advisors from all over Brazil. We have a lot of groups from all over Brazil, and I want to thank you for the work that you have been doing on CMEC all over Brazil. This work is really important to all women in Brazil, all businesswomen in Brazil, and I want to thank all my advisors and my team from all over Brazil. Today is a day of connections, a day of business, a day for a lot of people to do business and earn a lot of money and also take money abroad. So in by bringing and taking money through business and through connections, this event will be another successful day. So thank you very much, and I will give the floor now to Monica. Good morning. I want to thank you've heard Anna. I would like to thank Ambassador Laudemar. Yesterday he was here. He was not here yesterday, but he came here today, and they had a lot of connections between Brazil and the world, and especially for the feminine agenda. I am very fond of him. Thank you so much. It is a position that to promote culture and business all over Brazil. Thank you, Ibrei, that made possible to have all these connections. This is the second year we've been working together. And also foreign people, everybody that is here that left their homes, they left their sons and daughters. I talked to a person and somebody said, my son is alive. I don't know if he ate or not, but he's alive. Yeah. So it's an honor to welcome all foreign people that are here that left their countries and their families, that opened their agendas. Our connections are here next door, like in the next room. If you haven't set a schedule, please go to the reception and see if we can have a meeting. So let's see how can we fit everything in the program and in your schedule. So it's a B2B right next room. And I want to call Mauricio because he's going to talk about the connection of Brazil and other countries.
Well, Monica and Claudia, I would like to say it's an honor to be here together with you. I had the privilege in our institute to participate since the conception, the beginning of this idea, the development of WeFORUM, and see how it has arrived today at the level that it arrived, especially thanks to you and so many others, of course. It's a reason for so much pride and satisfaction to be able to be part of this. I wanted to, in the name of behalf of all, you both, to greet all the women who have worked so strongly to develop this project. I see Elisa Soma was here from the beginning, Ambassador Mariane Feldman as well, my friend, and say that this was done with lots of love to promote this wonderful opportunity and develop the company leader by women. I would like to say to greet the whole audience on behalf of a good friend, Lisa Schiaff, who's present here. Uh, so I wanted to greet everyone that's here. I hope you enjoy this event. And I want to say that you, Monica and Claudia, all of you are really a source of inspiration. You are the light that shine in the path and generates hope for so many women. So congratulations for your job. Thank you so much. Monica, we're going to call now Bárbara. Come here, Bárbara. It is our compromise. It's our commitment. It's our commitment. We are here breaking protocol, okay? But I could not do this right now because it's really important for you to know. We has already been to São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro last year. This year, Brasília. Next year will be, say it, in Minas Gerais. Opel, come here. Come here, Opel. All right. I'm really enchanted by the forum. We have talked earlier. We thought about all the details. It's going to be an amazing pleasure to receive all of you in Belo Horizonte, of course, with coffee and the pão de queijo and cheese from Minas Gerais, all the good stuff you know from Minas, women, so that women can do amazing business over there. All right, guys, I'm here with Abel, which is my counselor from Minas Gerais. Brought a huge caravan. Where is it? Where are you guys? All right, from Minas. So we're really happy to be in. We're going to be in Belo Horizonte soon in about 15 days. we're going to be able to close and go to Belo Horizonte, which is the next forum, March of next year. Lots of coffee, the goiabada, the Brazilian sweet, and doce de leite. We're going to export everything, right? And I want to be there in Belo Horizonte. Belo Horizonte awaits for us. Right, girls? Well, I'm going to ask Annie and Monica to be here. Guys, I'm going to break protocol just to talk about the presence of a person that I have lots of care and respect, which is a good friend, a partner from Seneki, which is my lovely technical director, Lupiki. Come here so I can give you a hug, please. Monica, please. I'm going to call you and Anna to come here to and on the stage after you greet Wiki, because we're now going to go to the program Global Women. At this moment, we will recognize the participation of the mentors and the mentees of the initiative on the program Global Women. Now, we will call here. I'll call them here so that they can be together with our hosts, Ana Cláudia Magra Cotaiti, Mônica Monteiro. We'll call here at the stage the Director of Business of Apex Brazil, Ana Repesa, and the Superintendent of International Relations of CNI, Frederico Lamego, to receive the certification of the program Global Women, and also called the mentors Ana Pio and Thaisa Fabrício. A round of applause, everyone. We ask them kindly for the mentor Júnior Reginato e Anja Melhoral from Afeto Natural to come up on the stage. That's it. We're going to start the certification. We're going to start giving out the certification. Please, Monica. You can everything. You can do anything and everything. Is there a song? Every production, can we put a song on? We have on the program. We have the image of all of them, all the mentees and their mentors from cycle 1 of the program, which is the program Global Women, called Global Women. And the Global Women Program is an initiative from CNI in partnership with Apex Brazil, and it's for promoting and expanding international business of companies that are led by women. In the first edition of the program, 368 entrepreneurs were mobilized for the program, and 40 were selected for the collective mentoring and individual mentoring with a focus in international business via e-commerce. Congratulations, that's a very well-deserved homage. On the screen we have, as I said, a picture of the mentees and the mentors showing their face, the face that did this, who could make this action real. The program has a cycle from 2024 with the Cadeia Calçadista and with a focus on the Chinese market and the Chilean market. Let's start the panel. Are you all excited? I haven't heard it. Are you all excited? So let's initiate the panel, Innovation and Technology.
And now we're going to start this great event that promises a lot of content and a lot of important people on the stage. Women just gain more and more space at the industry of innovation. There is market and space for growth. According to the Global Index of Innovation, Brazil has reached the 49th place in the ranking of 132 economies all over the world. With that, the country is the youngest innovator of Latin America, reaching 8 positions since the evaluation of 2021. At the sector of technology, gender equality is a challenge. Although there were some advancements in the last few years, currently there is still a market that is majorly dominated by men. But in data, there is a positive point. According to data that was publicized by General Registry of Employees and Unemployed, CAGED, in the last 5 years, from 2015 to 2022, the increase of women's participation was 60% in the technology sector. The point is, although there is this growth scenario of women in the sector, the general view is still negative. 83.3% of the market is still composed by men, while women occupy only 12.3% of positions in Brazil. And to compose this panel, I would like to invite to come up to the stage Mrs. Cláudia Ramalho, Superintendent of Culture, CNI, SESI, Senai, IEL, which will be the moderator of this panel. A round of applause. Welcome. We'd like to invite Mrs. Heidi Virta, Regional Director of Business Finland for Latin America. Heidi. Heidi. Mrs. Rosida Prates, President of P&D Brazil, Association of Companies of Technological and Innovation Development. Welcome, Rosida. Mrs. Natalia Verchinina, founder of BRICS Mobility Center. We'd like to invite Mrs. Denise Albuquerque, Director of the Legal Department of SateGrid Brazil Holding. Welcome. Mrs. Jaqueline Lopes, Director of Institutional Relations of Latam South at Ericsson. And Mr. Platon Tin, CEO and founder of Beginning.com. Welcome, everyone. Cláudia Ramalho, you have the floor. Good morning. How are you? I have a great joy of being here. First of all, to participate in this important event for us women, for everybody that is here, and that are familiar with this work that our powerful Claudia and Monica do. Good morning, everyone. Inspiring women are gathered here today to discuss innovation and technology. It is an honor being here among so many brilliant minds that are making a difference today and shaping the future in many sectors. In this panel, we'll explore how innovation and technology are boosting the change, contributing to overcome challenges for inclusion, training women, and transforming the current scenario. Welcome to this conversation that is very promising and will inspire and motivate each one of us to reach new levels. Let's explore the infinite possibilities that the world of technology and innovation offer. Our panel has the participation of important protagonists. Denise, which is director of the legal department of SateGrid Brazil Holding. Jaqueline, Jaqueline Lopes is the Director of Institutional Relations of Latin South at Ericsson. Heidi Virta, she comes from Finland. She is a Regional Director of Business Finland for Latin America. Natalia Veshnina, she's a founder of group of companies Center of Unified Migration. And Platon Tim is a young entrepreneur. He's doing a wonderful job. He's a CEO and founder of mindspa.com. And our inspiring muse, Rosida Prates, which is the president of P&D Brazil, Association of Companies of Technological Development and Innovation. And to start, to fire engines, we thought about having this panel in blocks. And the first part, we're going to ask questions to all the participants. And we've thought like this, when we talk about technology and innovation, the barriers are huge, they are infinite. And what are the main barriers that women face at the science and technology field, and how can we overcome that? Let's start. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to congratulate this event and thank you for the invitation and the presidents that were here with us in the opening, Claudia and Monica, Elisa from the Brazil Chance Sweden, and all the whole team of CNI that organized this event. And of course, I want to greet all my colleagues of the panel. It's a pleasure to be here with you. There are many challenges to get here. There is an historical context. If you all see the data from the Economic World Forum, 30% of people in STEM are women. And this percentage is still lower when we see the specific careers of engineering and technology. So it's a little less, a little more, sorry, in science. There are many reasons for this challenge in education. But if we think, how can we reach this gender equality? How can we do that if the basis is not leveled? If we don't have people that graduate in the areas to support the technology and innovation sectors. So it's fundamental to promote and train more women in these areas. I would like to highlight the area of science, of innovation and technology. So this will be a sum of to the efforts that have been doing. In Ericsson, we have this program to train many people, including some initiatives related to women. So this top positions are adjusted. But education, it's not going to solve this challenge by itself. We have to count on other mechanisms. What are they? For example, the mechanism of mentoring. Through this mechanism, this can be in the companies. For example, in Ericsson, we have this program. I am a mentor, but we can also seek mentoring people outside of the company. You can support people that are coming to the labor market that want to grow in their careers to reach new positions. And the Harvard Business Review calls this sponsorship, would be support in the company so people can continue to develop. And we've observed that a set of measures that will support this development. But for this, it's fundamental that we have in the companies a culture that allows this development of all the women so we can reach this goal.
Heidi. please. Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you, Brazil. It's so nice. Monica Monteiro and the forum and the CNI and Claudia Cotai, the president of the Women Council of Entrepreneur Women. About the barriers, there are many, but I would like to mention some here too specifically. One of them, I believe, is psychological one. Many times we have the stereotypes about the capability of women to working in science and also to leader as a leader. Success is appreciated to be is appreciated, but not so positive as among women as it is with men. And for example, in Columbia Business School, they presented a case exactly the same for two groups of students, two different students. In one case, the person very successful in the area of investment. The person's name was Heidi, and the other one was Howard. And the students evaluated both cases, and Heidi and Howard, both students, groups of students, they evaluated. They were evaluated positively in the sense that they were very successful. But then later, when they evaluated Heidi, they thought she was a little too focused in politics, a little too selfish, and at the same time, they evaluated Howard, which was a very nice person, and everyone would like to work with him. And it was exactly the same case. They were the same people. So we have this bias, and we still have to face and deal with. So that helps. The mentoring helps women a lot, and bring the conscious and events like this one today, for instance. And the second barrier, women do not apply for the areas of science and technology. We need to understand also the importance to have women in this field of education so they can attain positions of leadership. In Finland, you have that because they do have, because of this economical structure of the country, we do have women going in that area of study. So I think that we need to motivate women to study STEM and go to that career, choose those careers from an early age, and to motivate so that they apply for these openings. Thank you very much. Heidi brings a very important topic, which is the topic of leadership, the presence of women in the positions of leadership. And I would like to highlight an event that happened last week, and was so proud to participate. It was a group leader led by women of Brazil, that we took to the chamber of the deputies, and we had a big counselor in a group. I am part of that group, together with our leader, which is Luiz Helena Trajano. We had an event over there, and make it 50, which is to motivate, foment the participation of women in leadership positions. And I want to bring something for us to think about. To think about the need for us to mobilize, to participate more and more actively in these roles, these public roles, politician, political roles, and leadership roles in politics. So let's do a movement that depends on us as well. So let's go on. And Rosilda. First of all, I would like to thank for the wonderful, kind words. It's not always like that. I just got so ready today because look at the crowd we have today here. I would really like to thank Monica and Anna, who are visionary women, to have brought you here. It's a space that we need to have this space. We need more and more people to mobilize. We need this legitimate space for women. You are privileged for being here today and deal with women that are protagonists in certain topics. And it makes sense for us to exchange experiences. And talking about that, what I understand that's important is not just the roles that we have. I'm the president of a technology and development industry. I am a president there, and it's not easy to be there. The challenges and the rejections or the space that's limited, we are always going to find them. But what we need from what we bring from inside out is a belief. I believe in that what I do. I believe I have legitimacy and enough knowledge to be in that space. So that's more than enough for me. If they put me there, it's because I have the right to be there. And if they didn't, I will find a way to get there. So when you are in a certain place, it's very important that you open space for the next person. Here in Brasilia, we have the book of Patricia and Miriam Moura. That is, one goes up and pulls the other one up as well. Imagine how important this little quote is. When a woman goes up, bring the other ones up. When you go back home, look around you. Look at the people you know. Who can I bring up? Who else can I give the opportunity as well? Who else can I share this information? So one go a step up, brings the other one up with her. Every forum I go to, every place I am, I always look to bring a friend up. Come first row, come with me. I will introduce you to someone else. This is what it's about. This is what we need to do because the spaces will be usually predominantly filled with men. So you need to have. They always want the woman there. It's important to have the women there. With lipstick or without lipstick. Some things we need to leave very clear. Safety and be secure in the topic that we're talking about is what's going to open doors for you. When you have open doors for you, bring the other one with you. That's important. The privilege that we're having to be sharing this space here, very inspiring with all of you. It's for you that we are here today. It's what makes it very important, this window of opportunity for more and more women. So it's a privilege to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and speaking with you. Claudia, may I know something quickly? Ask you something quickly, everyone. Who does not have the interpretation devices? Natalie is going to speak. She's going to speak in Russian. So we have here the interpreter as well. So whoever did not get the devices, please, we have them at the entrance of the auditorium. And when she's going to speak, feel free to make use and click the little key to the Russian language, to the translation, I mean. So yeah, that's something that we talked about. And now I'm going to call Marta to talk about. Marta. Marta.
Technology and how can we overcome
Então, no campo da ciência e tecnologia, como podemos superá-las? This is a very important question. Thank you so much for your hospitality. I work at the startup, and I started my career in the sector of national security and also in the labor market. I know how it is to be the only woman in the room. We've talked a lot about what we have to do and how to do it, but I have a lot of experience. We have to be seen, and I want to repeat, I don't have anything against men. We love men, but we have to be 3 times more intelligent when we are women to be heard. so to be appropriately interpreted. About your question, I really believe in female friendship, in the support, and in the alliances among women. And mentioning the example of the alliance of women in BRICS, before working in communication, I work with in close countries, and I'm working now with the BRICS countries, and we are seeing new opportunities, and without a doubt, these forums had a long-term effect, and I hope we have more events like this. Thank you. If it's in Brazil or Russia, the challenges are the same. And now it's so important to to hold hands and really leverage ourselves. So now, please, Platon.
I won't speak in Russian, I speak in English, even though I can speak in Russian as well. You know,
Sim, eu vou ser traduzido, então eu talvez devesse levantar. Primeiro, eu estou muito privilegiado de estar aqui. Então, senhoras e alguns senhores, eu sou muito privilegiado de ser convidado pela Câmara de Brasil e da Suécia. Muito obrigado pelo convite, muito obrigado pela equipe. Mônica, Cláudia, muito obrigado por organizar esse lindo evento.
I feel that this event is going with the right timing, because everything in life is about timing. The world is changing very, very, very fast. Technology and everything which is going on in the world is changing us. And the fact is that we need to change with it. If we lag behind, then technology goes faster. Now, if you look at us, humans, we went through difficulties and struggles throughout the last years. If we look at COVID, COVID changed the way we look at life, the way we can be surprised by life. And what actually happened? We were locked out. Mental health became suddenly number one. Number one priority was mental health, was taking care of yourself when you are in one room, you can't go out, and suddenly you pay attention to something that you might not even think of, your mental health state of mind. You see, physically, we can all look at each other, we can understand if we feel bad or we are out of shape. If we have a mental problem, which is caused by stress, which is caused by anxiety, tensions, and our inner world, which is receiving a lot of information, and unfortunately there's a lot of negativity nowadays, a lot. And ladies, I need to tell you something. If you're taking things into your hands, one of the most important things is balance, is taking care of yourself as well. You can do business, you can put together a nice event, but don't forget, you are ladies. First of all, you're ladies that need to take care of themselves, physically and mentally. Only with that, you can achieve great things. A woman who is with a lot of tension, anxiety, she won't do business in the right way. She won't run a company in the right way. She will be too emotional. If you have balance from inside, if you take care of your mind, you take the right decisions. Now I'm here, and I came here, 10,500 kilometers away from a small country called Estonia. A very unique country, because just recently, a few years ago, that was the only country that was run by women. The Prime Minister and the President at the same time were women. So I know what does it mean to be in a country where women are strong. And it's actually a good feeling. It's a good feeling of equality. It's a good feeling to know that we all care. We all care for business. We all care for development. Now, when we look at mental health, and your question, Claudia, as well, regarding of what's going on today, one of the main topics is how we can be more efficient as well. If technology is here, if business is going on, how can we be more efficient? How can we survive by not being overworked, overstressed? Now, we took this matter into our hands with our company 10 years ago. And we basically established one of the main companies for mental health. And we understood that there is one beautiful, magical piece that can help everybody. If you would all close your eyes now, just for even 10 seconds, your body will be here. But your mind can be anywhere. Your mind will have absolutely freedom. You close your eyes, you use your fantasy, and you can fly. Now, it sounds simple, but it's actually quite complicated. Now, we took this specific problem of how women can distress themselves in the hardest moments of their lives, and I will touch bases on that in a second, how they can distress themselves by closing their eyes and being taken away somewhere else with their mind. How beautiful it could be. If you close your eyes and suddenly you imagine that you're next to the sea, the waves are there, the beautiful music, suddenly there's less tension. And there's one beautiful little formula that can help. And this is called music. But not just music, healthy music. If I would have 1 hour, I would give you a whole lecture about it, but I'll just summarize it in a very short way. There are healthy sounds and there are unhealthy sounds. There are sounds which actually affect your body instantly in a biochemical level, in a way that you have an immediate reaction in your body. Endorphins, serotonins are being released and you feel good. And there are certain sounds which are malicious, which are unhealthy for you, like food. But nobody ever actually thinks about it, that sounds, information can be actually malicious, unhealthy. We can hear people or we can hear sounds which actually makes us feel bad. And it sticks with us. We go to bed, we go to sleep, and it sticks with us. We wake up the next day and we don't know why we feel bad. But imagine cleansing your mind, cleaning all the negativity, the problems at work. That is a part of development. Problems are okay if you look at them as things which you want to actually solve. If you look at them as problems and you just stick with it, you don't think about a solution. Now, we established a company which is called beginning.com. And this company is actually meant for you, ladies. For ladies who are going through struggle, emotional pain, discomfort. We packaged the sound in a way that the sound becomes the medicine of the future. You put your headphones on as you have your headphones at the moment, and you are being in a different world. Now, sound have amazing characteristics where it can actually eliminate pain as well. And we discovered that through our research that actually with sound, we can do some real magic for you ladies. So what we can do, we can basically decrease the pain, the menstrual pain. Estonia is becoming the first country in the world where women are about to give birth with headphones. Less pain, less worries. We are here today because we want to bring this technology and this opportunity to the Brazilian market. So we are here today very, very happy to be here because I see so many women, ladies with big ambitions, with dreams, And we are here to work together with you. So thank you so much.
The same question, different perspective, different looks, way of looks, but lots of connection. Denise, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the invitation to be in this event. I'm very proud to be here and be able to talk about this such an important topic for us, and also the opportunity that I think I would put it was a difficulty that women find in this sector is on networking. To have less women in this area, women start being having less opportunity. People can have exchange and partners and people that can contribute with the growth. So I think this event is very important when you bring opportunities and women to talk about business, to do networking, get to know each other, to bring each other up, right? So I'm very happy to have this opportunity. I want to thank you for being here. I think lots of you have already mentioned the barriers. They start since we were little girls. Who never heard this thing that people used to say has absolutely no base, not based on anything, no culture, is that men are good in math, boys are good in, in math and science, and women are in humanities. It's not true. How can we change that? I think it's education. It's expose the women to the opportunity of becoming an engineer. Show them models that they can be inspired by. I think that's a matter of education within house and outside the house. In the market, we have already less women than men. So we have less role models, less pairs, and less help. So little by little, we want to create this mentoring and sponsorship. So we have this topic of affirmative action. It's another point that I think is really, really important for us to improve and augment the women in this topic is evaluating their performance and evaluating their career. And how can women, when she is in a predominantly male environment, she needs to know what to do and how to achieve what she needs to achieve in her career. She needs to work in electrical sector. I've been working there for more than 20 years. It's predominantly a male sector, and I heard so much during my career engineers who were in the operation sector. Many a times when they would see opportunity in a more administrative area where there are more women, you notice that she could, instead of moving upward, I see her doing a lateral movement because she feels a little isolated amongst men. So we need to have to take some measurements from now moving forward, so that to compensate. And we're going to talk about proposals, and that's the points that I wanted to bring here. And I want to thank again for the invitation. I want to take advantage that you have the floor. How can the technology sector become more inclusive and diverse, especially in terms of gender? I believe that there's the basic of the basic, which is to create an environment that's safe for women. That's the minimum. That's the bare minimum, the basic. You can't live without. Of course, you have compliance, ethical code, tolerance zero for harassment. That's a basic. And then we leave that. I think when we have the academic sector, public or private, is to look within and make a diagnosis. Once you do the diagnosis, you have the result. Okay, I got to know myself. I saw the data. Where do I want to get to? I think it's more than proven. People know that the diversity is very important for innovation. You have a creative environment for innovation. It's diversity. If people are all thinking the same and doing the same, you don't move, you don't change. To think differently, you have to have different people. So you can't talk about innovation without talk about diversity. If everyone know that, we need to establish the goals, and we know and do the diagnosis. Where do we want to get to? What is the diversity level, short term and long term? And from then on, draw a plan of action. So we talk about mentorship. Mentorship, I believe, it's one of the most important points. As women, many times they have a hard time in these environments to see her career. So why not the women who arrived already in these positions that were able to be well succeeded in these careers, they can sponsor and help other women to develop these these issues, and other affirmative actions that I think should always be on there, and know where the gaps are, which areas we have less women, what do we do to attract and retain talent. I read the other day something from McKinsey, and they talked about the research that for every senior manager go up, 2 will give up. So it's not just bring them, it's to keep them. How do we do that? We do that by knowing our gaps. So I think that in order to have a moment and a larger equity is the diagnosis, a plan of action, the goals, and a safe environment for women at work. This is really important. Jacqueline, tell us a little bit about the experience in Ericsson for project of inclusion, gender, projects that are different in the science and technology area. Can you please share those with us? Thank you for the question. In Ericsson, we have a program that is global for diversity, but I would like to share a reality in the place that is the program called Plural that we have in Latin America. In this program, there's the involvement of all the employees from the company, and on a monthly basis, they report the goals and the progress for each program. And diversity goes beyond gender in this program. We have several pillars. One of them is for women. Another one is for ethnicity, LGBTQI plus, and the pillar for young talents that we call young career, because we understand that we need to correct the basis to then work in retention, and that's transversal, and we do the alliance with several other aspects of diversity. That's why within this initiative, of course, that complements other work, global work in the company that are outside. But I also say that this changed the culture of Ericsson, changed the culture of the company. And I like very concrete cases because they help illustrate what numbers are never going to tell you. I wanted to share with you the story of a colleague. He's a director of technology. He's a man. And he told me that in his area, there are very few senior women because there's a technical area in the market. 2 years before they opened a spot in his area, he talked to less than 10 women that were in the market at the time, so that when he opened the spot, he could hire these women. He was able to hire one of these 10 women that were available in the market, and he didn't stop there. With the help of all the program, Pillar of Women, all the and the company, we continue the program of development and the conscious women and career and agenda, but also for leaders of the company. And 1 year later, with the help for these people that I call sponsorship, because it's a mentor within the company, she was promoted as CTO in Mexico, and in 1 month she moved there. I'll say that's an effort, together effort. When we talk about women, it goes beyond gender, and the company had to look at these aspects and think, as an individual, what can I do to help, and help so that this journey be more and more accelerated, and we're able to have a place and a more diverse workspace. The companies that today put the person, the employee in the center of the process, they can make the difference, right? Congratulations. Very, very interesting. Heidi, how do you see the role of women in the innovation and technology and in resolution for global situation problems? Thank you very much, Arya. I think that women have a very important role, especially in topics like typing, intelligence, artificial intelligence, emotional intelligence. It's a study about the capabilities for the women in the world, and also to take resolution was 25% of their capability are in the digital area, and 50% in the self leadership, self knowledge, and dealing with other people. Emotional intelligence. Women are very capable in all that. In digitalization, we have a role that's very significant to promote equality, gender equality, and human rights. That's a global problem. So, when we talk about digital issues, we can avoid online violence based on gender and integrate gender and develop technological development, because we can assure that new technologies that we will be drawing and bringing up as can be developed by women and applied to women. So we can reinforce these opportunities of participation and challenge the stereotypes and help mold a more sustainable future and digital future. The patents, they still today women represent only 20% of global patents. We need to bring that up and work very hard on that. It's a topic, the topic of mentoring and community, special community, and promoting women in science and technology, where they can, where we can link ambitious women with similar ideas among each other, but also to prepare them with leadership position in those industries. So it's an example that we utilize in Finland is university committees that create advantageous partnership with the companies. It's a win-win, so that we have as far as job for women and bring professionals that are highly qualified. We're able to have programs like this. We do have it in 2 universities in Finland. I think that's an example, some initiative that we can promote, I think, very much. Thank you very much. The question I want to ask Natalie is, how can we motivate women and girls to follow the STEM career?
More girls and women to pursue careers in STEM.
Хороший вопрос.
Great question. Each country is going to have their own answer, but we're talking about only one channel. We're here today. I can hear my friends. We're talking about the same thing, but using different words, right? Well, I want something that's more concrete, and I know exactly what works, and I can talk about Russia, what we've been doing in Russia, for instance. Listen, like 50 years ago, many women couldn't even have a certain kind of education. We had to enter the market, work market right after the World War, because there is a lack of people in the market. So women had to go together just like men, go to the job market. We had to be equal. So we have equal rights. But obviously we have different incidents, without a doubt. We understand that in the next, at least next 100 years, we will physically we won't be like men. We have difference. We have obvious difference. They're clear. They're clear. You can't deny. But the thing is, women have a capability, a wonderful capability to be a woman, to reproduce life. So that's one way and another. It will take women away from running after her career sometimes. And for those, for the employers, sometimes this comes, they see women as a risk factor because at some point she will leave the job. But we also were able to reverse the situation. Being a mother of 2 kids, she can be a wonderful manager. She can do anything with logistics. And she's a mother of 3 children. She's a special force, like someone from the special forces. She can build a family and raise her children, have family, and work $1 million project. But it's a complex work with support for women. And for the moment of today, the Quantic Center and the studies, quantum physics, for instance, the women is directing this. The genetic that we have in women is the women who are dealing with these projects, and that became a reality thanks to the education and also being stubborn from them to have safety that they have inside in these topics of intellect, capability, capacity. We are just like the men. We're the same. We're not competing with them. Men run faster than women. I don't want to compete. I'm not competing. I'm going to run in the morning. I don't care to go to overtake him. This needs to be in the conscience. Needs to be something that's certain, because we shouldn't even have to be arguing this law rights. We should have equal rights. We can take care of anything. We're more flexible. We can adapt it more easily. We are more capable than men are for life. It's an objective thing. Everyone knows that. So these programs, of course, is not without a doubt, they can help, but women have to understand something. She has the capability to do whatever she wants and not be spending money over that. And we need to have conscious of that.
Ótima pergunta.
Artificial intelligence today is a huge opportunity because there is a need to have a kind of sensitivity that is quite demanded. Connectivity, 5G, I think these are all areas of opportunities to women, especially because it brings a need to have this feeling, to have the use of this technology. So Brazil has defined 5G technology now, but it was very important for that, the use of this technology, the largest capacity of society to have digital inclusion and to know how to use this band. And the woman is very influent when the technology is useful. I have this very clear. I wanted to highlight to you, there is a colleague at the council, the Economic and Sustainable Council of the Presidency of the Republic. And this time we have 40% of women there of this council. And we influence on politics and also the legitimate space of women. The council was created with four commissions, and we could include a fifth one, Commission of Innovation, Technology, and Digital Transformation. We have eight coordinators, half of them are women. So we have this movement of having attitude to put women in these areas of influence. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to make it ourselves clear that other women can be here because this is a true space. How can we influence technology and innovation if we're not in those spaces? In the group Women in Brazil, where I'm also a member, and my colleague Janet as well, we have a sector of entrepreneurs, and we talk about financial freedom. This is what gives women what to do. I always say you already have a no, so you have to go after your yes. So we mobilize these women so they can see themselves. I don't like to use the word empowerment, but they can see that they can have these initiatives to have the resources to train, to have this digital literacy. So important, so necessary. And we also have a great concern about our daughters, our granddaughters. If you are in the group Women in Brazil, if you are in a group of women empowerment or in a group of business women, to take this experience to your daughter, to your granddaughter, it's as important as your participation. So to share knowledge, to share experience is important. How do you feel being here? How do you feel when you people look at you? This is such a great emotion. You have no idea. Because I did something right just by being here because you're looking at me right now. But what has more value here is to see your eyes, to see your looks, and some people say, "Aha!" It's the connection is to influence. So at a certain moment, you can say, "Oh, I could do that." That's why we're here. So one woman holds the hands of the other woman. The opportunity makes a difference because, as Natalie said, we all have the capacity. Maybe strength, we don't have the same strength, but capacity, oh yes. You have to give me some space, otherwise, I will go after my space. And our daughters, our nieces, our colleagues, our employees, they have to see that. They have to get inspired. They have to see us. They have to see other women so they can also feel that they have the right to be there. They can see themselves at that position. If she's there, I can be there. If she talks to the president, I can talk to the president. If she presents a project, I can do that. If she thinks like this, if she can talk about that, I can also do it. So it's to inspire and to provoke an attitude. I think this is more value, has more value of the technology, of the places that we are. I always say the no, we have it already, but really to carry another woman is what we can do. So what are we doing to give space to other women? So this is an important reflection. What am I doing to carry other women? I'm going to get other women to carry other women with me. So mentoring is important, but really to pull other women, to give opportunities, to open spaces. I think this is one of the most essential things because sometimes the space is limited. So those that are there have the obligation to open new spaces. Rosilda, what do you say? It's so important. it's so important and so inspiring because it's fundamental to have self esteem developed, to see when we meet with our own selves. When we go to a plane, they say, in case of loss of pressure, put the mask on you first and then on others. So it's really important to think about that. The role, our role, to look at the mirror, say, by the powers of Grayskull, I have the power. So is to really go and fight. This is fantastic. I think that we do have this capacity when we put on a red lipstick, when we dye our nails, when we put some earrings. This is a way for us to show how much we care about ourselves and how can we demonstrate our love to others. Planton, to end, because we are already out of time, the last question, and then I want to ask to everybody to leave a message because I think this is very important. So, Planton, so what are some initiatives or programs that are helping to train women in science and technology?
Yeah, okay. So I can see it. So um, I'll answer that question in a second, but I just want to say that actually what Natalia just said a few minutes ago is spot on. You see, emotionally, if you look at women, and as a woman is becoming a mother, many, many things are different. And when you look at mother, the loving mother, something changes in her. It's not only about her, it's about loving, it's about teaching, it's about giving the information and giving this forward. Now, I would say that one of the greatest secrets, I would say, for a successful women's company is one word, is love. First of all, women need to love what they do, and they need to take care of themselves. So they will look in the mirror, and as you, Claudia, said as well, you will see the hero in the mirror. So you're doing an amazing job by being a mother, by being women. And emotionally you go so much more through than men. And believe me, men not always understand that. But we love you. So we love you, and I think one of the most important things is really not to forget that love is the key. Love is the key from inside and outside. Yeah, thank you.
Bom, então rapidamente
Okay, well, so quickly some final messages since our time is almost up. Can we start, Jacqueline? Well, I want to thank one more time for the invitation for everyone. And I would like to leave as a last moment message. Be yourself. I used to like math, and then the job market became business and strategy, technology, innovation, and I kept following that path. Look for support when you need. The mentoring network, sponsorship within companies, they are key. Work in a place where the culture will allow you to implement all your potential. So that's why I'm very proud to work at Ericsson the last 3 years. And this whole group is going to take us to give back to society. The help the people gave us in the beginning of my career, and then we can perpetuate this on and on. There's a super engineer in State Grid that works in the high tension area, Pioneer Technology. She has a page on Instagram. So there's a tip, girls in boots. So she has an idea to motivate women to follow this path and this career. And I was thinking about this message that I was waiting for Rosita to say. I remember one of her posts, and the best message that I could convey is that it's hers, where she does an analogy that every woman that's in the area that is predominantly run by men, it's like she was going to cross a river, with a long, lots of wind, and the woman that's able to cross this with that strong current, she's the woman who can build a bridge for the rest of the women. So that's a beautiful message. So which means be the bridge to other women. So I love this analogy that she made. It's perfect for the Rosilda's speech. So women that are able to do something, achieve something, they are the builder of bridges for other women to get out and to help with the current. So I am, thank you again one more time. It's an honor to be here. The exercise that I always do every day in the morning, be self-assured. Does anyone have a doubt that I'm not self-assured? Self-assured? No, you don't. You don't question, because I am self-assured. I can be anywhere. I can talk about any person, from the top level to the most simple person. But my dedication and self-assurance at that moment, I am self-assured. That is the exercise that I think women should do every morning, every day. Bring yourself up, straight up, speak strongly, put all your belief in your voice, because I think what you're saying is important. And one thing I wanted to suggest, never hug or receive kisses from someone you don't want to. That's why I want to teach you the greeting with your wrist. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to patent it. So sometimes you have, for several reasons in this executive world, you have those people that are like this, who want to greet you. And it's going to ruin our makeup, So they really want to greet you. So they come and just already shake your hand and bring you. And if you don't want to, what you do is do this. And then the wrist one is, okay, here, try to hug me. See, I don't want. So I leave it extremely clear that my greeting with you is up. It's just here. There's a limit. So take advantage, stand up and say, I am self-assured. I'm going to share with what I know best is with others. I think is what we need to exercise more. The opportunities that we can bring to others and bring others closer to us. There's no place in the world that take you away if you have this empathy. Thank you very much for your invitation and the kindness. Thank you very much. I would say that first of all, apply for leadership positions. The first obstacle sometimes are for women because they don't even apply for those openings. They also help other women when they can do the mentoring. If you hire make sure you always have women in the short list so that you can choose them from, because you can choose men, but you have the option of choosing women as well. If you work in the organization, put an indicator with a certain percentage so that you have women in leadership position in the organization. Don't give up. Have a lot of sisu, which is the Finnish word for perseverance. So when we don't accept a situation, we do that. So some women in the United States and Finland, they changed the society. And for all the youth, I think it's important for the youth that like AI, and because programming will be the new alphabet, so get used to it. I'd like to share a free course online that we have, Elements of AI, which is also in Portuguese. So I'm going to be sharing with all of you. Thank you very much. A final mess.
Потрясающе получилось.
A discussion with innovation that was very sincere. So thank you for everything. I would like to summarize everything. We talked about the problems that women face in her career. Of course, one of the problems is the lack of financing, the starts up and the projects. This year, Russia, the president of the BRICS, and this is going to go to Brazil. In June, we have conferences in Moscow. So it will be a competition of startups, and I would like to invite all the participants to be part of this and sign up. So it's an honor to invite all of you, please, to come to our conference of the BRICS and the forum, female forum. Now I have the invitation. I'm not going to do this now, but later we're going to do that and give a chance to all the countries. There are 10 participants to help the women. The more we have countries that are participating, in the future this will have more impact for all of us.
I'll just leave a little message or idea with you. As I said in the beginning, the world is changing really fast, and we need to change with it. If you look just 100 years ago, less than 5% of the population brushed their teeth. Just think about it. Less than 5%. 100 years later, today, 90% of people brush their teeth so they can, do nice, how do you call them, selfies? So the world is changing, and there's knowledge that you need to take care about yourself. People didn't know 100 years ago that, brushing your teeth is something which is out of need. You need to do that. Now, if you think and you look at the world today, less than 5% of the world take care of their mind. Think about it. Less than 5% of the world take care of their mind. With all the negativity, stress, tension, everything that you go through, take 20 minutes. It's less than 2% from 24 hours. In the evening, close your phone, close everything, put on your headphones and relax, because you deserve it. Thank you.
Everyone, thank you. It is a great pleasure. I just want to thank all these protagonists here, so important, that have contributed with their speeches and their important experiences. And the message is from Ana Claudia and Monica. Share. Make connections, because we're here for that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, all the collaborators. What a powerful panel. Rosilda, I loved your tips about shaking hands, about greeting people. Are you enjoying it? Raise your hands. Very much. And we're only starting. We have a lot ahead of us. We would like to thank the presence of Mr. Tonika Thompson, Ambassador of Barbados. She's here with us. Let's give a round of applause. And we invite now for a picture. A picture of all the participants of this panel. Please, here at the stage, all the participants.
To take a picture, please, Natalie. Could you please take a picture here in front of the stage? Enquanto eles estão.
While they are taking this photo, such an important and official photo of this wonderful panel, We will now start so we can give a more dynamism to the event. We're going to call to the stage. We invite with a lot of happiness for his words Mr. Ambassador Laudemar Gonçalves de Aguiar Neto. He is the Secretary for Trade Promotion, Science, Technology, Innovation and Culture of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Laudemar, please. I don't know if this belongs to anybody. People, please, can you speak lower because Mr. Ambassador Laudemar is going to speak. Please, can you take your seats and be quiet, please? Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am Laudemar Aguiar. I work at Itamaraty, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to thank my friend Monica Monteiro and also Ana Cláudia, organizers of the event. She's also my friend and my colleague to fight together. And Annie Klepesa, director of Apex, that has a program like, Women in International Business. And it's very good to be here because I am a minority. I love to be a minority as a white man in all the audiences that I can be part of it. This panel was very interesting. I really enjoyed the talks of the people that spoke. And the one that I liked most, if I'm not mistaken, is Jaqueline Lopes that talked about education. And economy stupid, education stupid, education, education, education. I think Denise Albuquerque talked about education, but Jaqueline Lopes talked about training. If you don't have women getting into the labor market, women studying in the scientific areas, in STEM, if you don't work with the base, you don't have gender equality at the top, and this is very important. When we talk about gender equality and initiatives for professional training, we cannot not talk about the great inequalities in Brazil. Even when I look at this audience, a majority full of women, I feel there is a lack of black women here, black businesswomen. So we have to work as well, not just with gender equality, but racial equality and regional equality. The differences are huge in the entrepreneurs in Brazil and all the states and all the regions. And what we talked about, innovation and technology, is fundamental in our world. Actually, I'm doing a different speech of what I was supposed to be doing, but I'm going to present a person that is broke paradigms. So I ask that gender equality, racial equality, and the promotion of women in the business world is a struggle from everything, not just for women, but also for men. We have to be together in this. We have to make that the majority of Brazilians, which are women, more than 52%, and most of the Brazilian black people have visibility and have their voices heard. We're talking about visibility. You lead by example. I really enjoyed the sentence said, one person pulls the other, one woman pulls the other. That's it. You have to pull other women. You have to make that gender equality is a normal thing. There's no sense of about women having two, three turns, three shifts. It's not acceptable. You have to make this work environment, changing environment, so you can have gender equality. The fight against prejudice is permanent. We're talking about racial prejudice, gender prejudice, about LGBTQAI+. We're also talking about the people with disabilities. There's still a lot to do about people with disabilities, women with disabilities. There are also vulnerable women that also have disabilities. So we have to think about this in a holistic approach. We have to think about these other barriers. Innovation, which today is considered a barrier, we have to see this as a possibility. We are under a technological revolution with artificial intelligence, quantics, and can be barriers, can also be opportunities. So this digital gap is immense. If we think about people from the south, southeast of Brazil, it's quick to communicate. You have access to 5G. If we think about people that live next to rivers, quilombolas, in the countryside of the Amazon, it's quite different, the situation. I participated in the Amazon Summit last year, and there was a businessman from Pará, from the state of Pará, and he said, you from the southeast of Brazil, when you talk about 100 kilometers, you're talking about 1 hour of distance. 100 kilometers in the countryside of the Amazon can turn into days. And how can you make these people, especially women, to be connected, to get connected? When you do this in digital inclusion, you allow people to study, that people work, that they can be assisted medically. So technology today can be a great divider, but can also bring people closer. You talked about inclusion. The more diversity you have in the work environment, the more you have possibilities, the more you have creativity. This was also said here. We have a movement that doesn't happen only here in Women Entrepreneur Forum, but you have a lot of different initiatives. As the group Women in Brazil, and created by many women that are here. And you have the Parliamentary Front of the Businesswoman that was created in the National Congress. You have other groups of women, including black women, to try to promote equity and to try to promote this diversity and equality in the work environment. I think men and women have to be together. This is a fight of all of us. And now I'm going to do what I was supposed to do initially. I'm going to talk about a woman that is an example of leadership and above all of changing of paradigm, that works since the 1980s with sustainability, believes sustainability, and she applies that to her business. I'm talking about Mrs. Ana Cabral, CEO from Sig Lithium. She applies in the company where she is a CEO and she's a founder as well. She applies the sustainability concepts, and it's quite important to talk about sustainability and to try to understand sustainability the way it was created as a whole in Brazil at Rio 92. In 92, when we talk about sustainability, we're not talking about only environmental sustainability. Sometimes people mistake sustainability with environment, preservation of the environment. The sustainable development that the concept was forged here in Brazil in 1992 has it's a tripod. So we have preservation and environmental conservation, economic development, social development. You cannot have one without the others, because this is not sustainability. You're just taking care of the environment. And Sigma Lithium is an example of that. I'm just going to read a little because I don't want to lose myself here. The work of the Secretary of Promotion of Economy, Technology, Innovation, and Culture of the Ministry of Foreign Relations is a door of it's an entry door or exit door for the Brazilian government to the international relationships. We work with other ministries, we work with other agencies. I talked about APEC, SEBRAE, and it's important to support the micro, the small, and the medium-sized companies. We've seen this abroad, and the participation of micro, small, and medium-sized companies in Brazil, it's 1%. But these companies, they are more than 60%. In some sectors, they are more than 70%. But the international insertion is still very small. And we're working with other ministries, with MDIC, with Apex Brazil, SEBRAE, so that these companies can go abroad. And especially these companies that are led and founded by women, as I said before.
What is the link between the secretariat with the company and the presentation from Sonia Cabral? First of all, my company is international. It's in Brazil, and export materials that are more and more important and key for new technologies, for all the segments that are innovative. And the commitment with this company with the sustainability was from since its beginning. I watched the presentation from Ana Cabral in Band News with Leda Narni. She was talking about the footprint, carbon footprints of her company. It's not from mining, but from the gas fuel from the cars and transportation, but that's changing, and this year it should already be neutral now at this point in Sigma Lithium. So this neutrality, carbon neutrality that was obtained in 2023 has 100% residue that is recycled, water 100% recycled, utilize the energy from hydroelectric power in all her installations, and preserving development, agroforestal, and the economical environment is not enough to produce in a very successful way. It also needs to be sustainable, especially if you want to export, because our partners, especially abroad, they do they require that it be sustainable, that is done in a sustainable way. So they require these again all these materials to be that way. Then we have the work from the innovation from Itamaraty. Sigma Lithium is high. It's outstands from its sustainability. Should be an anchor globally for example, for electric cars, green products, which is most modern for the automobilistic area worldwide, especially now. And now for the cultural aspect of it, Sigma Lithium has social role in communities, especially when we talk about women in the Vale de Jequitinhonha. Quality for life for the people in the municipality that we have the project, and the initiative from Sigma Lithium and CEO Ana Cabral is to motivate the participation of women in roles of leadership, be inspiring for other companies, establishing a precedence for the building for another company that's more just and equal. So I'm not sure if Ana Cabral, oh, there she is in green. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your work. Just a little second. Rosilda Prates also spoke about kissing women. I want to say that from now on, I will no longer take the initiative of kissing the women when we greet. I understood perfectly. I will wait for them to decide that they want to be kissed. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Now with the floor, Ana Cabral from Sigma Licha. First of all, I would like to thank. Yes, you can please give this award. Th- A round of applause for her. She has been homaged. You very well deserve it. We're now going to have the official picture taken. Next, we invite to the stage. Ana, so sorry. Ana Cabral, we will speak. I'm going to be brief. I just had a few words, but for the women, I really wanted to thank the ambassador for introducing. It's a beautiful introducing of Sigma. I'm not going to talk about Sigma, talk about us. As usual, I want to say the obvious that people sometimes forget. We are not better or worse than men. We are different. Physically, the differences are obvious. Because of this biology, our brain also works in a different way. They are multiprocessor, permanent, taking care of issues all the time, work, family, partners. I was here. My son was calling me. You have everything at the same time and now. But I think the most profound difference when our formation of our brain, it comes from a social, cultural tradition. Because I think we're born as like the blank slate, and I'm the kind of woman that was born in the 70s, and things were different back then. And because of that, we became our own worst enemy, which is our internal enemy. And the worst of all, we accept these patterns, these impossible patterns that are expected of us from all the people around the society, our internal enemy, because we've been conditioned for it. And the more and the easier we make things seem, our daily life, which is how we juggle everything, the higher we raise the bar. It's as if we're running after an invisible target. And it's because this movement is always towards the cloud. And when we accept and allow things to affect us and allow us and makes us feel bad, we bring then a combination that's extremely harmful for our lives. Is the biosocial cultural idea that's imposed upon us in the biology that ours is different. In other words, the emphasis here is that we ourselves and the people that we have around us, the people who love us the most, they expect impossible patterns from us. And it was in this context that I had done that discourse below, that everyone talked about it, the Barbie discourse. But what was the point? It's not to leave this hanging, but to show that we have a context. In other words, it's a message for sorority, professional women, for professional women. Why the Barbie discourse? Because even a perfect doll, she feels bad when she realizes all the impossible standards that are impossible to achieve, that it's imposed upon her. So what can I say here? That we are all very successful, intelligent, and capable, but unfortunately, all the time people are requiring us to be extraordinaries. That affects us a lot. So I'm tired of watching all of us doing everything to make people do everything so people like us, to bring, turning us inside out for that. And then we think, well, I'm not enough. We sometimes want to negotiate for more money, but then we shouldn't because it's not considered polite or nice when we are 40, 50, 60. But then we have to be beautiful and perfect. But then we can't too much because then we're no longer serious and people are not going to listen to us. We need to be boss, but then we can't be harsh because then we become, quote, the bitch. We have to They think we have to love being a mother. But imagine if I tell somebody I don't want to have a child, then they're gonna say, "What do you mean?" So in other words, we have to take care of career, we take care of the family, and monitor all the strange people that come on our WhatsApp. And wow, it's too bad for us if we say we don't have time for something. We have to work at home as well. So in other words, everywhere we go, we have to work. So and then we can't complain because in the end we got to be grateful because we're here. However, we know that all the probabilities we were the odds were always against us from the beginning of the profession, and if no matter how successful we are, when we come to the top, we're constantly underestimated. The moment we enter a place where no one knows us, they look us upside down and they think, "Ooh." So it's impossible to fulfill all the expectations. So I would like, so, Mr. Ambassador, to leave here all my care and admiration to all of you, my affection. So lots of hugs and thank you all. Thank you, Ana Cabral. Congratulations. We're gonna do we did the official picture. In the sequence, we will start calling her to the stage Miss Ana Cláudia Bada Kotaichi, President of SEMEC, Ana Repesa, Director of Business of Apex Brazil, for a very special moment, which is the signing of the letter for Apex Brazil of gender equality. A round of applause. I'm going to pass the floor to Anna. So explain a little bit what is this letter, the support letter from SEMEC. First of all, Anna and Monica, thank you for the space, the partnership. Come here, Monica. Come here too, Monica. You are a testimony of this marriage, a witness of this marriage. She was asking, when is our marriage going to be? It's now, you see. Well, last night, I mentioned the commitment from Apex Brazil, gender equity. It was a documentary that we published last year. It was a year now, the 13th of March, where Apex was committed to several obligations for gender equality. As I mentioned, her obligation was also in the internal point of view of the management of the agency, but also outside programs geared towards including companies of women international market. As we launched this document, we received requests and motions of support for several partners of Apex, and from then on, 65 of the partners signed this letter, the support letter, which is this externalization of this together purpose. And I think this is what matters. The letter of support of SEMEC will sign now the compromise of equity of gender before anything, signaling strongly that we work with the same purpose of including more and more women in this commercial of import-export. And I want to say that I'm sure we're going to do excellent actions, and I want to put ourselves out there to help. And Monica, I want to thank you. Ivani is here, my vice president as well. Thank you. Our Senator Ivani is the one here, vice president and senator. All right, then. Thank you so much for your trust in CEMEC. I said that yesterday in my discourse. The unite forces for one purpose, the gender equality, and us women, we need to always have this partnership. Thank you for receiving us and hosting us, and together we're going to do wonderful things in Apex. I thank you and welcome to this net and CEMEX. See, CEMEX, we are Apex too now. The picture now. While they take the picture, the official picture, they will do the official picture. We're going to go to the industry panel, shall we? The industry panel for Entrepreneur Forum, WeFORUM, will talk about the need to strengthen the sector to guarantee development. The equality of salary from gender has gone up the last 10 years from progressive growth of the salary of women in relation to women. We even had increase of 9.5% of participation women in leadership position, going over 35.7% in 2013 to 39.1% in 2023. There is an urgency to talk about this debate and bring concrete answers in this inequality in Brazilian scenario. The industry has adopted measures such as supporting women's return after maternity leave, professional qualification programs, and policies to encourage diversity. It's the beginning of an effort, right? For evolution of this matter. And to lead the panel and compose the table, I invite to the stage Ms. Cristina Samorini. Cris Samorini is president of the Federation of Industries of the State of Espírito Santo, FINDES. Chris. We also want to receive and welcome with a round of applause Mr. Gustavo Orbá, CEO for Latin America Eurochain. Ms. Lebogang Zulu, president of South African chapter of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. Ms. Dui Inlan, Director-in-Chief Legal Advisor of China. We're going to need here a translator over here. National South Industrial Group, and Ms. Carolina Wozniak, Kraft Heinz Global VP of Agile Transformation. Carolina, you have the floor. Cris Samorini. Thank you for everybody's presence here, especially the participants of this panel. I think some people need to follow, get a translator. If you understand well Portuguese, then no. Some people who have not gotten the device, you're going to need it for this panel. So you have some time to organize yourselves. So I feel honored being here, especially to be the maximum area of the industrial sector of Brazil, which is the Confederação Nacional da Indústria, Brazilian National Industrial Confederation. The women talk about this. They say I have the bursary's key, but I only have the key because the president gave it to me. I'm not going to open. So I know you're dedicated since yesterday, but for sure the power of industry here favors lots of opportunities for all women, for the development of Brazil, best practices that we have been as a vector for solution for other sectors even. I was very happy with the speech of the ambassador. Sadly, he had to leave. Talk about the difficulty and the difference that Brazil has. Imagine the industrial sector, the complexity that it is to be able to produce something that's in the south, but with the need to reach the extreme north of the country. That is really a challenge, but the industry has renewed and implemented in the moments ahead. I'm going to talk about how much this can be an opportunity in the next few years for a choice that's correct. Brazil identified industry begins to be the drive for strategy and development of the country.
After some years trying to have important policies for agribusiness, the industry that may enables the future of development. And I see women here focused on is exports. In this mission, this has a different highlight, not just because I believe in the industrial sector, but we know how much we invest throughout the years, and the countries that put the industry as a strategic point of development, they are ahead in a very relevant way. So I would like to thank everyone here. Before starting, every question, we're going to have two blocks of questions. We're going to have about 4 to 5 minutes for our panelists can answer the questions. In the beginning, our master ceremony talked about the importance of the industry and the women and how much we occupy the space. On average, the leadership of women in the industry is a little bit above the other sectors, about 32%, and other sectors are about 28%. But what we see as opportunities, 25% of the labor force in Brazil is only occupied by women. But we are continuously fighting, not just the federations, the confederation. We're taking a whole look at this so women can have access to industry, capacity, innovation, and also to generate better results. So initially, Zulu, she said, you can call me that Zulu, but we were paying attention to the translation. We want to talk about opportunities. So I'm going to highlight you. You are president of BRICS Women of South Africa and executive director of Paradigm Holdings. It is a convergence of elements that I really want you to exemplify. What will be the final product that generates this as a result? A company specialized in construction and production of innovative materials and sustainable materials. Everything that we have seen of sustainability, everything that was said was very well said before by the ambassadors, not just preservation of the environment. The industry fulfills this role to be a factor of development, of social development, economic development. So Zulu, the agenda of diversity and inclusion is a fundamental part among organizations, and it's a reality in all the world. And companies and institutions are more and more walking towards that direction. And some initiatives have arisen to reinforce even more the importance of this agenda. I want to congratulate Ana Cabral from Sigma. I think she left, but Ana Cabral, I would like to say, Minas and Espírito Santo are together, and I'm very happy to hear your story and how much you probably have struggled to get this important position. So you were really important to have green lithium in Brazil, and we have this new policy for the industry, so you can take a look at that. So to take a look at our wonderful leadership, global pact of women, and this has been something that we mention a lot in Brazil. Sometimes it's different in some countries. Some countries are more advanced. But taking a look at the reality of South Africa, how BRICS women are acting to get to this gender equality in the country, and what are the biggest challenges throughout the process? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, moderator, a gorgeous queen, I must say. So first off, I come from a country and a continent whose women have driven many liberations. Today we speak as a very democratic country that doesn't need to carry a dumpers in walking around wherever, in whichever part of our country, because our women in 1956, our mothers, marched to the Union building and demanded that no human being in their country will walk carrying a piece of paper that proves that they are women. In recent years, in recent months or weeks, our very own foreign minister led a delegation to the ICJ. These are women that says it remains impossible until it is done. And these are women that says, we do not wait for somebody to do it for us, we get up and do it ourselves. I'm an engineer by trade. And as an engineer, we are taught processing. How do you process? How do you move a process forward? And how do you move it backwards? So while I may have started my career in the corporate world, I want to speak a bit about what the liberation or the liberal women of South Africa have achieved. Today, we have brilliant policies as a country that speaks to Employment Equity Act. We've got the broad-based black economic empowerment and very progressive policies that our government has put in place, driven by the very women. As a result, in a country with 61 million people, we've got at least 28% of women that are represented in leadership positions, just almost 50%, about 48% in parliament. We've got Yeah, it's affecting me, and I'm trying to move it around. So maybe I should move this out. I think that would help. If you look at the representation in the JSE-listed companies, these are corporate companies, we've got at least about 26% of women in leadership positions. However, that being the case, and of course being a woman that is in construction, and not just construction of innovative building technologies. I sat there a little earlier on and I listened to one of our colleagues in the previous panel speak about mental health. And I sat there and I said to myself, are we having the right narrative as women? Should we be talking women empowerment, or should we actually be talking advancing women economically and talking men empowerment? So while we have achieved all these nice statistics as women and we've moved forward across different industries, the reality is there's a big rise of gender-based violence in my country. And if you think about it, why would that be so? Many women are finding themselves, as much as they're climbing those corporate ladders and as much as they're climbing those economic ladders, the reality is because of society's norms, the men cannot handle the progress of women. And nobody's preparing the men to be able to handle a woman that is progressing and not seeing them as competition. For me, that is a very important narrative that we ought to stop and see ourselves. And I don't believe gender-based violence is a scourge that's only affecting South Africa. I believe it's a global phenomenon. Some of us are sitting in these rooms as very powerful women, but we are afraid to tell our husbands our truth because we think if I tell him my truth, he might just be violent with me or he'll reprimand me in some form or another. That by itself is oppression. So whether we're talking industries, whether we're talking in employment spaces, I think we're not preparing ourselves. The world around us is changing. The previous speaker spoke about it. And granted, the world around us is changing. Today, who would have thought that we could have a multipolar discussion driven by BRICS? Of course, we take pride in that. But who would have thought we could be having such conversations? Today, who would have imagined South Africa taking big powerhouses like an Israel to court on the basis of fairness? Yeah? But when we are not being true to ourselves and facing our own realities. We can look at industries, I can sit here and speak about the brilliance and the hardships that I've experienced as a woman, but I do believe there's common ground amongst ourselves as global women. And it is time for us to just pause for a minute and say, are we focusing too much on ourselves? And if yes, are we focusing in the right places? Are we speaking the right language when we say women empowerment? Because when we say women empowerment, it is almost as if we're expecting somebody to give us something. Yeah? A very queen that grooms me, Dr. Chiombori, Arukana Chiombori says, Lebogang, when you're not in the room and decisions are made, decisions will be made for you, and not only that, you may very well be served as dinner. And that is reality. So maybe we need to change our own mindset, our own thinking, and start saying advancing women economically and driving policies that seeks to drive that, both ourselves as government and of course ourselves as leaders and entrepreneurs. But while we are doing that, let's think about the impact on our men, on our boys, and start looking at men empowerment. So they are prepared and mentally prepared and ready to deal with a woman and a girl child that is empowered. For me, that is a very critical message. I'm appreciating we're talking industry, but if we're not mentally prepared for these changes that are happening around us, we may as well, climb this corporate ladder, climb this business ladder, have a business that is registered, and I lose my life a year later. What was the point? Yeah? Yeah.
It's such a pride, Monica, to see that we have to have energy and clarity so we have our role in the world. So I can imagine that in South Africa there are a lot of challenges about the occupation of women in leadership positions and about their struggles. Without a question, we have to have powerful people, people that have conviction about the factors, that really think about the differences and how much we have to overcome certain issues. Now, we really have to put our headphones because our next question is to our panelists. If I make a mistake about your name, please correct me. Dun Ilan, which is the director and legal consultant, and she must be really important. She is a chief of the national group of South from China, which is the largest salt company in Asia. Everything that comes from Asia, it's bigger. I don't know if you think, if we compare, for example, south of Brazil, south of Asia, how much difference there is there. So you are part of a legal consultancy, and you are talking about things that impact globally. But we have a difference between men and women that are CEOs and executives in companies, and we know that it's not just because of school education or competence. In Brazil, for example, Brazil have a higher average level of education than men. And in Senai, we already are 40% of women, and among people aged 25 or over, 16.8% of the male population have higher education, while among women, this percentage is 21.3%. How to develop more women within companies? And if you can report us of a reality of what we see in a power like this salt company in China. So how much did you have to overcome to be there? So in a high-level position that are occupied by these women. Another point I would like you to talk about is how to retain these professionals who work multiple shifts. This is the majority, right? I'm going to talk about Ana Cabral again. So there are many factors that we have, and it's no different in any place in the world. So I would like you to give me an overview about your reality and especially how we are in China. One second, I'm going to put my headphones.
嗯，参加我们这个 WeFORUM 这样世界的一个妇女方面的会议。这个方面的
Gentileza, a gente está sem tradução.
É vermelho ou é ou não? We would like to thank you for the participation of this important event. Tô escutando.
Thank you for being here, participating with several women about this third WeForum. I'm here representing China. Thank you so very much for being here, inviting me. And I want to congratulate this forum that worked out really well, and congratulate everyone who is here. I come from China. I'm the founder. The question that you were asking, I want to share my thoughts about we women, what's involved in the area. It's a big matter that we need to make an effort together to grow. We prepared a lot. And worldwide, we want to share and declare each one of us do our part and make a difference. And we are renewing our knowledge. In reality, to be fair, and we want equality. And we are already being more just by making this equal. In China, they always give good ideas for women, and also create more than 100 laws to protect women and their equality. About the labor laws, we have 100% already. And we have 76% of the women that are participating in this project. So it is already a very high number. And so all the family, everyone, have this obligation to help us get to the point of gender equality. There are 4 things for us to work on. We need a government, and the person's own effort, the company, and the general public. So the first topic would be the government. The government is already creating these laws to help women so they can fight against all the barriers, and that they can get more chances to become leaders in a leadership position, and to always be renewing, adding new laws in order to create more opportunity and improve women laws. And that's the world, and everyone, all the people should understand and apply what we receive and renew our ideas and comprehension of new laws so that we can have equality with women. When we talk about the company, we should give more chances, more openings for women, job openings for women. When I received this position, I went to Italy to stay there 2 years. I went to different places to work. And so the companies give lots of chances to women to grow in the company and in life. I think that the government in the world, they need to give better help for the family, finance help as well, even if necessary, so she's more at ease at work and grow in her career. And us women also need to improve ourselves, work hard on ourselves to improve. I saw an example that would be Monica. Monica gave this leadership. Monica had this idea to be a leader and telling women to improve themselves and help each other. So we are a more connected group and raise our voices, improving equality in the companies and in society. At work, we have to come up with ideas. We need to understand that at work we are the same. There is no difference when it comes to in the gender. There's no gender difference at work. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was mentioning here that we have a delay when it comes to the interpretation, but maybe it's not that easy. Only the delay must be a topic that when you do make a translation from such a different language, that's why we're paying so much attention. I'm sorry, the interpreter cannot hear. Her microphone is off. We're not hearing at the moment. The microphone is off. The speaker microphone is off, so the interpreter cannot translate at the moment. Again, her microphone is still off. Public policy, no difference, a big difference in the companies. The companies are the ones who make a difference in the end. Until we look at a more in a way that we can solve this, this is just going to be, we're just going to be talking, but it's necessary to do this so we can overcome that. So thank you very much. We'll come back on another round. Next question. Talk about human capital and technology. The question is for Carolina Rosiak. If I'm mentioning wrong your name, please.
Vice President of Agile Transformation of Kraft Heinz Global. Heinz, our wonderful ketchup. 6 factories in Latin America, 4 are in Brazil. So you have to consume only this brand. It's the 5th largest company of food and drinks in the world. How much this makes us very proud to have a VP making decisions and is special in all over the world and food industry. Technologies are fundamental to increase productivity and competitiveness of business, but the human capital, I think it's a basis so we can change results, we can have new results, or to implement any processes. So looking at the scenario in a very clear way, we have 2 major challenges. The first is the lack of qualified professionals to deal with new technology. And the second one, and when we take a look at Brazil, and When you see, of course, in other factories in Latin America, maybe this is a better reference for us. The second is to increase the number of women in these activities in roles of operations until leadership. Because we say that women are very relevant for the operational results. Because only 25% of the industrial jobs in Brazil are occupied by women. What projects Kraft Heinz develops to expand the female participation in the company and to boost innovation in the company? Good morning. Can you hear me well? Good. Thank you so much for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. I have reflected a lot upon this question when I got this. And I think we are at a singular moment of society and economy about what are the competences that we want to install. So the next generation and our generation can continue to be competitive. And when I was talking to a colleague this morning, I got the impression that sometimes we make some things more complicated than they are. We've talked about artificial intelligence, and people are very afraid of this topic. And artificial intelligence can be applied to many chains, to many links of the chain, to the industry to generate more productivity in the office work to optimize the processes. And I see a lot of fear in people when they talk about change or transformation. And I ask myself, how much can we gain and how much people can gain with fear and how much we can gain as an industry simplifying processes. So you talked about increasing the number of women in from operational roles to leadership roles. We are working actively internally to take more women to leadership positions. And in my unity, 75% of the decisions and of the leadership are made by women, and in management, 50% of women. So we have this active exercise to make these women occupy these roles. When we talk about upskilling and the competences that we need for the future, we understand that this is a combination of government with the industry and with the individual. So I want to talk about the individual because we're talking a lot about government and others, but there is a point about understanding actively what is in what we do, what can we do in a more impactful way about technology. So it's not just reinventing yourself, it's how to use technology to capitalize that value. So I noticed that feminine participation innovation, they go hand in hand. So we have to bring more and more women so we have representation in what we create because innovation will come in the centrality of consumer and client, and we have to be diverse. And when you talk about food industry, well, we have many profiles, and to meet these profiles, we need representation. So we're working actively about women being in the company. And I think that with the individual, we are all have to be willing to seek new horizons and embrace digital transformation and new forms of work as a challenge of to learn, not just something that generates fear. We have to be willing to learn and to seek new horizons. And my individual suggestion for individuals and helped me in my career is to seek mentors. It doesn't have to be a person for your whole life. It can be a person that overcame a challenge and bring you some comfort and exchange experiences with you. So thank you so much for hearing me. And I can hope that we can grow together and we can overcome the barriers that we have, men and women, in this new society that we are building, and that we can explore new possibilities. Thank you so much. Carolina, in a very direct way, you sent two messages, right, Monica? For us, for the forum, to talk about simplifying technological issues as an opportunity of business to women. And among the missions that we have, this generates lots of future opportunities and mentorship. We have a group of women, and Carolina can add value because she has a very good experience, and we can expand this mentorship somehow. We didn't leave the final question on purpose to you, Gustavo. But first of all, thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Sometimes I am the only woman sat at a table, sitting at a table or in any place in Brazil. Recently, I was at an event and there were 7 governors, 7 presidents of federations, and just me. I was the only woman, and I was the one that spoke most. Well, thank you so much, and this demonstrates a respect because you are a CEO, and we have 5 minutes to end this block. You are CEO for Latin America of Eurochem. So let's see what Eurochem has been doing. So in Espírito Santo is a company of fertilizers. It is a very high demand in Brazil in agribusiness, agri-industry, forestry for exportation of celluloses, and we face these problems for the last years without a lot of understanding. And we see that it makes a lot of difference in this network. I am very honored to be with a person that represents a sector that is extremely important for the industry as a whole and for the agribusiness. So Gustavo, he is a CEO for Latin America of Eurochem, and in most of these events we have the situation, and I see that your respect shows a different path, especially for the company. I would like to know how do you see this in reality? Because how do you see gender equality in leadership positions? It's a company that is growing. You have a factory. I don't know if you inaugurated this already. You are going to inaugurate this in the state of Minas Gerais to supply to the state of Espírito Santo. And how do you see this scenario? Obviously, we know about the capacity of women, but in practice. So, from your view, that you have to have results and you have to put operations in place, how can we have more reach?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that this introduction, I'm not sure if we're the only one. I hope there won't be any retaliation. I want to say that I'm an engineer and I like numbers a lot. I want to say that for being an engineer, very seldom had I such a beautiful crowd for women. I know that you talked so much about it was I was impacted by what you said. Others, their participation in leadership for women for the last few years achieved more than 50%. Today, by coincidence, the economic newspaper in our country of economy talked about the difference of salary as men and women is more or less 19%. And when you talk about leadership, since we're talking about it today, it's about up to 25%. This shows how far away we are to real equity. us here at European, and yes, we do have some ideas, and this question makes me reflect on two prism. The first prism, like Caroline said, the individual. I want to say that I have two daughters. I hope to one day see them here in forums like this with you. I hope that their children don't have to need forums, because maybe the inequality won't be something that drastic that we need a forum. So be it, but then it's important for men and women to understand, to give real opportunity for inclusion for women. Since for my daughters, they're very children and have good access to good education in school, like most of you that are present, maybe your path made their path to be easier. But like society, the government needs to give good basis of education to make sure women have more education opportunity or similar to men, so that way they can have a life that is more equal to all. This is very important. When we talk about the industry, we had a good surprise. I call it surprise because us, in a way, we were not planning it. But in this plant that you mentioned, it's situated in a place that's called Serra do Salipe, and it's usually agrarian area. We had a hard time developing operators over there because it's an industrial job. So we created a program with partnership with SESI Senai, a local development. We had a very pleasant surprise, and I say surprise because it wasn't planned. We didn't plan. We didn't do any manifestation on that sense. 50 and 40% of the 40% of the graduate there were women, and we ended up hiring, as we called in the base plant, we ended up planting 40% of women. So that brings to our operation the differentiation. As it was said, we're not better or worse, we're different, but it brought some kind of collaboration that the collateral aspect was we have a different outcome. When we have a workforce that is filled by women, we end up changing the profile of the job opening in the region. The region has 10,000 people. It's a city, and we bring the discussion to nowadays, like this kind of journey we talked today, we end up doing so that the dynamic in the company embrace the real opportunity for the women, making it more relevant. We have to educate our older leaders, create conditions so that they can develop, because in our opinion, and I know we have leadership position, but we want it to be more sustainable and make it so that women be in our operation developed so that they can be in leadership positions. We say that 25-30% of the female work in the industry sector is that we would like to have at least 40%, and we need to create so that we create competence for these women and add such as industrial activity, and make so that our company has more and more a female universe, looking at an industry that before was more overpowered by men, which is a fertilizing area for fertilizers, and that we want 40% of women to be there, a little more contribution for the national scenario as a whole. Just to organize the time, I would like you to have patience. 20 more minutes. We're going to go to the second round, and that's when we enter specifically in the industrial politics, as I mentioned in relation to Brazil, they've done that recently. A strategy of the government had a very strong participation and directed to both is industrial politics for the country, but has a connection that, with no doubt, has questions that, like in South Africa, China, as growth. I would like to call the attention of some women. The mission that were constituted within the 6 axes, and I see that to export this is a strand that's very significant when I look at Apex. And when this tool, a strategic view from the federal government, has as a need to train and make the companies more capable for export. It's a very safe area. I'm not talking about industrial sector. Yesterday we heard Ana Repesa talk about how much women have a connection that will help make the company grow in different way, and that's something that our company can see. When we talk about health, it's something that we are also committed to make it something different for the country, to avoid breaking the chain or globalize. The battery has lithium battery is also something important, and make it different for Brazil. In the last few years, we went to the food chain. When you talk about the health, they were very much impacted. I want to hear from you, especially Caroline. Initially, with the topic, we need to have we need to focus on food safety in Brazilian industry. Can we count on women? And new industrial politics. What does that bring as far as contribution to Brazil? And what do you see within that contribution politics? I want to try to help when it comes to time management. I'll be quick. As I can see, the Brazilian industry has the opportunity to become global leader in sustainability and digitalization in agribusiness. Heinz has an active role. We work with tomato, cucumber, sweet corn. We have 3 axes that are very important, and these are axes that can inspire other companies to help develop the sector. We work with education, financing, credit, and administrative support. So when we think about these 3 axes, it's really important for us to evolve more and more how this sector gives value to society. From small things that we need to solve, there are technology, and up to the administrative area and systems. It seems like the connection of these 2 topics that we have more and more control of opening and fruit and sustainable activity in the field together with technology. Again, I want to bring a little less complexity to the topic. Information that you can help a connection with industry. The industry of consumption and food. So when you think what's more popular, the artificial intelligence, everybody want to talk about it. There's a way to demystify that. Basically, it's to automatize processes. We are automatizing processes that today requires more time, but to generate the value, we value investment. What is essential to be more sustainable? And we also have generation of intelligence where we can grow more and produce better. So I see We have this unique opportunity to cross these two kinds of technology more and more so that we can be more productive in the chain with connection with the industry. Perfect. In the line, Gustavo, the same line, Gustavo, as we look at fertilizer is important for agribusiness and the food chain, considering the planting and the basis of agribusiness. The chain can break a chain is very risky to Brazil, and I see the fertilizer sector, and we depend on 85%, which is important. How can we accelerate? I know that women will help you accelerate that, but what can we expect for the next times when it comes to having industrial politics that looks at this need truly and makes so that things happen, and women in the center of this building of solution?
Perfect. I think that we have two topics here. The new industrialization, the agribusiness of the future, as Minister Alckmin mentioned, it has an important role for the development of the country, not just because of the agribusiness, but to allow us to have in a more structured way leadership in areas that are globally being discussed. And I think this can be very interesting as green economy, food security, and it brings also the possibility to have a feminine participation and to have an important light on that. I think that it was a surprise for us. 50% of people registered in our course because it was not marketed for women. But this shows that there is a huge opportunity for women to participate in the industry that really can make a difference and can be used for that. So to talk about this future industrialization to something that is socially fair, including gender equality, I think this is an agenda that has to be at the top of politicians, CEOs, managers, people. And as a side effect, because this is more important than the effect itself, is that the dynamic of families, they are going to be changed. When we talk about Serra do Salitre, it's a 10,000 people city where they live and they influence their families. This influences the family as a whole. This changes the family dynamic and this changes the dynamic of society. So equality doesn't have to be discussed anymore, but we can experience this in practice by these women and these families. I think that the industry allow us to discuss green agenda, sustainable agendas, and this makes sense. These are more than needed now. About fertilizers, we are an industry power in agribusiness in Brazil. Fertilizers is a small link in this chain, but it's crucial because unfortunately we still import 85% of the fertilizers we consume, and this gradually it will change with public policies, industrial policies that are very well written, with external and internal investments. But there is a long path ahead of us. And I'm sure that gradually this dependency will decrease. And also, gradually, the feminine participation tends to increase. So, you have mentioned we have a factory in Espírito Santo, and our office is also in Espírito Santo. So I thank you for your invitation, for the opportunity, and I'm at your disposal. Thank you, Gustavo. I'm going to send to Duilan the question. China has become, people from the translation now, be aware. We have a delay, but we need quick answers. China became one of the largest economic powers, and this is due to the investment in local industry. China is among the first countries in the world thanks to implementation of new technology. In Brazil, we are passing through this process of industrial automation, and we cannot fear that. And exchange of data, what we call Industry 4.0, that is very well known. I think probably you are in Industry 5.0 now. We want you to share how was this transformation based on robotics, innovation, and how this was implemented in the productive processes in the salt industry in China. So, this question, the digitalization brought a new formation. The industry, the 4.0 industry, we have been created salt, producing salt, and also fertilizers. So we are trying to have more products with salt. Industrialization of salt is very important in China. So we are the largest exporter of China. We are trying very hard. So we try to eliminate disease by adding iodine in salt. We were supported by the government, and we are an example in the world. And we are having this healthy salt. So we try to identify the percentage of iodine in salt. We collected the salt and we analyzed the quality. And we're always trying to we're trying to produce healthy salt. We like to produce more healthy salt to take care of our hearts and our body. We put health at the first place. We put that as a priority. We're, we are also talking about energy a lot. So we can also save energy and use as much as possible all the elements, all the salt that we produce. We use pressure to produce salt. And we see the battery there that is conserved there. And our production of energy reached 62% and it's one of the most advanced currently. We have a battery that is very large and conserves a lot of energy. We can reduce the carbon dioxide and take care of the environment. We are producing a lot of clean energy. We have a lot of respect from the government. So we can take care of the environment, and we use a lot women to be able to train other women to do this work. So they can participate, they can improve, and they can dedicate themselves so they can learn, so they can get into the labor market. So just to help you to talk about salt and translate Mandarin that must be really difficult. We, I is iodine. When she says it's healthy salt, it iodine was added to the production, and this is connected about thyroid disease. He's helping me to understand a little bit of the salt. But there are two important points. Ana Cabral from Sigma, she says that you're using a lot of battery, reducing carbon dioxide. Maybe it's the same difficulty that they have to translate into Portuguese. Can you hear it? No. So for the whole public. So they are using a lot of technology with batteries, and Ana Cabral is already doing business here, and also a very important reduction of carbon dioxide. Thank you so much, the Yellen. We understand that it's very complex, and they are giants. They are a huge power. My Mandarin was a little rusty, but oh, you know how to speak Mandarin. You haven't taught. Oh, it's just a surprise. You could help us. But I think what was very clear was the connection about the respect to the environment. It's very relevant. Next year, Monica, please, Gustavo, by my side, okay? I don't need anybody else. So now we're going to Zulu. Lebohan, right? They wrote your name, right? I found your name very chic. We have realities of women in leadership, and it's fundamental so industries are innovative and have better results. I want to understand, how do you see the opportunity of innovation in the industries, taking your reality as an example? So, as Carolina said, to simplify about technological changes. So, what are the opportunities in this?
The time when I'm not going to answer is a manufacturer or a construction company or a bank executive. This is the time when I'm going to answer as a president of BRICS Women's Business Alliance South Africa. And I want to start with you, my dear sister, Monica. I left this part specially for you. BRICS Women's Business Alliance is an economic cooperation structure. So as women, we do not sit and talk about geopolitical issues. We do not talk about social issues. We talk about economic cooperation. How do we get our women involved in economic spaces across various industries? So when I come here today with the group of business women, and in 3 days, we could walk away with potential deals between Brazil and South Africa and the broader Africa. There's more B2Bs happening, and for me, that is the greatest achievement we can ever make as BRICS WBA. So I want to congratulate you both as CNI and as WBA Brazil for this particular initiative, the WeFORUM. We certainly will support it year on year. But more than anything else, one of the key conversations that came earlier was how do we take it forward? How do we make sure that it's not just once off where we have B2B sessions between our women across the different member states? And one of the speakers earlier spoke about mentorship. So what we would like to propose is, it has never been done. There's been exchange programs at education level. Can you imagine, ladies, if we were to look at B2B exchange programs, where we expose our women to Brazil, to Russia, to India, and vice versa. What it then does in terms of strengthening the ability for us to cooperate with each other, to open more opportunities. There are 4 key pillars that BRICS WBA looks at. It is trade, investment, capacity building, and technology transfer partnerships. So I'm happy to be here because there's a possible hit on a partnership in the sugar refinery process. Nobody makes sugar better than Brazil does, especially at the price they do it. So for us, a potential partnership in taking such technologies to Africa, where we've got lots of sugar canes and lots and lots of pockets of lands, is an opportunity for our women who are very much big in agriculture, can actually grow. So it becomes an ecosystem conversation that the Alliance prioritizes and actually focuses on. So we're very excited, and we thank you for this invitation, and of course for facilitating the B2Bs. Let's keep it going. Thank you so much.
Well, to wrap up, this go quickly. Any consideration, any comments, anybody? No? Would you like to make any final consideration, final words? Would you like to? She does. For our energy, health energy effort from everyone in order to make this come to fruition. So we're going to put this all available for you for WeFORUM. Thank you very much for your kind words. And we're now going to, the WeFORUM is bringing women here, brilliant women, to impact and change. And congratulations for the result of the forum. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Chris, let's now take advantage. You are up here. Let's take the official picture. And before lunch, I know everyone is already hungry, right? Could you wait a little bit? Just a quick homage, and then we're going to go to lunch. While they're taking the pictures, the professional pictures, with Monica Monteiro, Ana Cláudia. Ana Cláudia is also going to participate in the picture. We receive now our, we're going to pay tribute to consume category. She's going to come to the stage. We're going to pay homage to her. consumption. The category consumption. We're going to call Ms. Marcela Molina, member of the Sustainability Committee of the group Mafre Global Foods. The award will be given by Ms. Ivani Bosco, Vice President of CACB, Vice President of CIMEC, National, and Advisory Senator. Come here, please. We come to the middle of the stage. Ms. Ivani, please. Alternate senator, I'm sorry. She's alternate senator. And our dear Marcela Molina, member of the Mafrig Global Foods, to receive homage. Well, really quickly, because soon we're going to go to lunch. But in any case, I want to say, Marcela, say how happy I am for two very distant generations, and I have the pleasure to be here and giving homage to you. Congratulations. That's what us women nowadays want, is that the youth come with us. If we can open the path, may you follow it and be that way always. So lots of success to you and all of you. It's what we would like. So congratulations. Official picture now. Would you like to make some final consideration, Marcela? Thank you. It is an honor being here receiving this award in the name of Mafrig, all the women and the Generation Z. Well, Mafrig is one of the companies that's best evaluated in the sector globally when it comes to sustainability ranking. For instance, FAIR, CDB. Sorry, we could not hear. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the homage. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Official picture. Yeah, that's really well deserved. $1 million picture again. We'll take advantage now of this lunch to do make lots of networking and connections. Let's look at the video, Senai from Senator.
Sua própria força, sendo empreendedoras, criativas, quebrando barreiras e movimentando o mundo. Movimente é um encontro de construção de uma agenda efetiva, de um plano de iniciativas a curto, médio e longo prazos que envolva toda a sociedade no estímulo ao empreendedorismo feminino como solução para a independência financeira, ascensão social, redução das desigualdades de gênero e promoção de oportunidades para as mulheres de Brasília e de todo o Brasil. A pergunta-chave é: o que tenho feito pelas mulheres perto de mim? Movimente-se.
O que você tem feito pela...
What have you done for women? Let's go back. Let's move. Let's connect with each other. We're going to be here at 1 o'clock. What wonderful lunch for you.
ela está com a Renata, está chegando, a Renata Malheiros acabou de me ligar, está na recepção para acolher. Ela já está chegando, podemos começar. E ela chega e vai...
Pessoal que está no salão do almoço, por gentileza, podem vir para cá. Nós temos vários participantes que têm voos marcados agora, então precisamos começar os nossos painéis. E aí a gente pode começar com quem estiver aqui, né? Vamos dar aqui um minutinho mais. E aí a gente inicia. Ah, tá. Bom, então enquanto o pessoal está chegando,
So while people are coming back, let's remind you that we'll have a speaker, a Russian speaker, and in case it's necessary, we have all the devices for interpretation, English, Russian, Spanish, and Mandarin. Yeah, whoever has an agenda for the round of business B2B, be aware for the schedule for the signing up that we're going to have. We're going to have a scheduled time for that. It's going to be the business round is going to be happening here from the white room next to the auditorium.
você quer colocar?
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. We're now going to start the second round on the second day of our third edition for the WeFORUM Women Entrepreneur Forum, which is an idealization from CEMEC, the Council for Entrepreneur Women and Culture, CACB, Federal Confederation for the Commercial and Entrepreneur in Brazil, CNI, National Confederation of the Industry, CIMNET, which is the National Center for Business, Apex Brazil, Brazilian Agency Promote Export and Investment, Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce from the Federal District, and the Brazilian Institute for International Industries. Welcome, those of you who are coming back. My name is Deborah Aguilar. It's a huge pleasure to be here. Third year consecutive. I'm the founder of Lady Endowment. It's a platform for business and women and entrepreneur from all over the world. In Brazil, we have from France, Brazil, United States. I'm very honored to have been invited one more time to be here by Monica Monteiro, Ana Cláudia, Kotaichi, and very happy to be here feeling your energy. It's very important for me as well. We want to thank all the sponsors. Without them, none of this would have happened. We want to thank CSP, Commercial Association of São Paulo, the bank BRB, IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, SEBRAE, Sabin Group, Diagnostics and Health, from our dear Janete Vaz. We count also with the sponsor of All Ladies League, Beauty Fair, Brazil Chain Sweden, BRICS, WBA, C6, Brazilian Council of the Enterprise, Import and Export, Brazilian Women Club for Business Club in Portugal, IERA Portugal, the Lifting Women, IBCT, Infra Women Brazil, Lady Diamond, Inspiring Women, Positive Women, OBME, Brazilian Organization of Brazilian Entrepreneur, Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, WICI, and Will Women in Leadership in Latin America. This event is being transmitted live through YouTube. We have several people, many people watching us. Yesterday we also had a huge number of people, and we also have the simultaneous translation of the WeFORUM and the round this B2B round will be taking place in the White Room next to the auditorium, promoting quality business. Lots of connections here. So let's start our panel about finance, the search for good investment. The finance panel for Women Entrepreneur Forum will talk about the finance market, disruptive female position in the sector, and autonomy of women, and the decision of their investments. In 2023, according to recent data of B3, about 5.6 million individual investors delved into this universe, revealing the diversity and dynamism of the scenario. It's fascinating to watch how people from different backgrounds, knowledge, and experiences come together to explore the opportunity and the challenges offered by investments. However, we still have the possibility to further expand this wealth of perspectives, which creates an exciting and multifaceted environment, as less than 25% investors are women. Therefore, given a male predominance in this environment, the global economic data also corroborates this imbalance. According to the United Nations Development Report, in everything, women have less resources to finance, help, and frequently have income that is less than that of the men, which even though they work in the same position. These factors contribute to inequality, gender inequality. So it's imperative to have this panel that will happen right now here in WeFORUM. To compose the table, we're going to invite right now the moderator, Ana Karina Bertoni, which is president of the Council of Administration of 2W EcoBank. 2W EcoBank, welcome. We also invite Ms. Margarete Coelho, the Administrative Director for SEBRAE, National SEBRAE. Lady Cristiane Maria Lima Bukovic, she is Director for HR, Human Resource Management. Natalia Diaz, Director of National Bank Social from BNDES. Lady Lyudmila Popova, Head of the Department of Economics. Lyudmila is the head of the Department of Economics, Finance, and Accounting of Oral State University. I also want to invite Ms. Daniela Marques, which is a chairwoman, managing partner, and head of Legend Capital. Welcome, Dani.
Ana Karine has the floor. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be with so interesting women, women that have accomplished a lot, and with this whole audience so we can discuss because we have a lot to talk about women in finance. I think the challenge is higher. Only is not only higher than women in energy, but women in finance is a huge challenge. I want to tell you a story. When I took the position of CEO of BMG, a position that I held for a long time, I was impressed because I wanted to talk about business and people wanted to talk about a woman being a CEO of a bank. And then I said, yes, we have to talk about this subject. So it took me 6 months to talk about that. And it was impressive because while we have this kind of inequality, while we don't have a gender equality, this is something that has to be talked about and positive actions have to happen. These women here are going to talk more about positive actions and what we can do. I'm going to start with you, Natalia. Talk to us when we take a look at the position 5 to reach equality of women and girls. I think this SDG is the one that has less growth. So tell us from your point of view what you have been doing to boost this SDG. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure. I want to thank you for receiving this invitation in this such important event that happens only once a year and mobilizes so many people and resources. I think that we should have this more often during the year. And I have a challenge to talk to you after lunch. I hope you're all awake. And we're also going to talk about finance. I'm going to talk about before Margaret, so at least this is good because she's going to cheer you up. I'm going to start more serious and then Margaret is going to engage you more. So, to your question, I think that the first important fact, some of you who have heard me before, I always like to bring some numbers because we are at the span of finance. Sometimes we are very subjective. When we talk about SDGs, first, less than 1% of the national foment system, I'm talking about FINEP, all the development banks in Brazil, they are being allocated. So among the 17 SDGs, we have about 150 billion allocated to these SDGs, and less than 350 million are in the SDG for gender. And why is this important? There are two aspects. So when we talk about diversity and equality, we're talking about sustainable development. You're not going to grow sustainably if you leave most of the population behind. So obviously we have other groups. We're going to focus on women here. So second, if we cannot convince people on this ethical argument, moral argument, maybe using economy we can do that. So today, feminine economy in the world moves about $54 trillion. Because we have an international presence here, it's more than the GDP of the BRICS. But they answer for business about 46 trillion. So I'm leaving the GDP, I'm leaving richness behind. Also, we can talk about security, we can talk about creativity. So today, our reality, we had the global gender pay gap gender gap is not just pay. It's an index that's calculated annually by the World Forum and analyzes four dimensions, specific dimensions: economic, educational, political representation, and empowerment. And at the current level, we're still going to take 146 years to have equality among men and women. So although there are so many evidences that we see companies that do have a better performance. We have a study from McKinney that if we have 37% of racial diversity, we're going to perform better, 25% if we have gender equality. But let's not look at all the negative points. If there's something that I am proud of is to be part of BNDES. We have 71 years of history, and I'm the second woman in the executive position in the bank. So when we talk about the financial market, there are some areas that are more feminine and others are more masculine. So for example, capital markets, private equity, startups, investment in equity. This is not for anybody, and I really feel important to be part of this process. So what we've tried to do by the invitation of Aloysio Mercadante, we have the first time in history an executive officer where we have 5 women and 4 men. Is the most diverse executive office in the history of the bank. And when we're trying to promote more women in leadership positions, so we went to 44% of women in leadership roles. This was quite significant. And we've tried to look more than affirmative actions. How can we advance in economy? So some examples that we have. Our program of startup acceleration, that in the last edition we've privileged companies managed by women or that had solutions for women's problems. So Direito Age is an app that connects women so they can look for measures in case of violence. And also, we call funds of impact where we're going to allocate 600 million reais. And we have privileged managers, women, and also companies that have more women in their structure. And what I think that we could do? Affirmative policies are good. And these examples that I mentioned are good, but we're only going to change the rules of the game when we can somehow not see diversity as a business on the side, but something that is cross-sectional. And the BNDES has a program for companies that are managed by women. And in the infrastructure works, we privilege engineers. Women engineers are signing projects. So what we do is still very little, given the impact that we can have. But I think that the idea is to talk and to listen to ideas and to see how we can advance on this agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Very good. You've talked about McKinsey study, and I was in a round of conversation the other day, and people said, but this is not statistically relevant. They had a lot of questions about that. And I said, okay, so if you're saying that more women in leadership does not provide more results, so show me the results that show that we have less results. So we don't have studies about that. So why not doing it? So this is a discussion that we have to have every day in our leadership roles. And just to add, because I remember the public consultation of CVM for the reference form, which is the annual publication about the rules of diversity, has not been so much attacked. so hasn't received so much attack when they ask for disclosure of gender. So when we talk about gender equality, we have to continue struggling for sure. Daniela, tell us a little bit more. Still talking about Natalia's topic. How do you see women in the finance marketing? It's very interesting when we took on the role of the presidency of Caixa Econômica and also this course for finance for women. What is the impact of Caixa and how is the course right now? Thank you. I want to greet you all, Ana Cláudia Raso. I was at the first WeFORUM, and now Natalia is carrying the torch. This is not easy, but it's an extraordinary event. And as an activist, I hope we can do more. I apologize if I have to leave earlier because I have a flight at 3 and I have another event in São Paulo. But this doesn't happen only in March. This has happened all year long. And we in finance, me as Natalia, I worked in operation of the market stock. It was very strange. It was not a place for women. We were not perceived. People said, "What are you doing here?" Fortunately, people don't ask that anymore. And looking back, I understood that I overcame obstacles, and I had to be 5 times better than men. And I didn't want to be perceived as a woman. I had to fight more than men. And a little bit of this is when we see ourselves. That's why I like this positive action. And the gap of finance really does exist. And I started to observe when I became a public server and when I went to the Ministry of Economics, I actually led a feminine initiative, and Remalheiros is here, and we had a program called Sebrae Delas. It was my inspiration, and Ana Paula was also an inspiration, and we actually went all over Brazil training women. When we talk about a country where we are all very privileged, 90% of women earn up to 2 minimum wages. Sometimes women, they want to do it, but they don't have opportunities. They don't have money to buy the course or buy the materials or where to leave their children, or they don't have access to credit, or they're ashamed of going to the bank. So in partnership with Sebrae, IDB, and with Caixa and Banco do Brasil, we went all over Brazil offering free training and credit, and I saw the huge gap. The gap is a literacy gap, and then people said, "Oh, get this and that, get the fund. The government will fund you. The government will fund you. There is a program here," and this awaken. I think there is a matter of literacy for low income as a whole. You see what happened when there was a company like XP that was teaching people about finance and they were so disruptive. But when we take a look at the beneficiaries of social programs, 83% of the families that receive some kind of social assistance, they are achieved by women, they're headed by women. More than half of the families are achieved by women, and the women are at the center of the decision. So they make almost all the decisions except for finance. And then I started asking myself, because I had a thing for finance. I think this is a gift. We're all born with gifts. everything that we want to do and like and have the ability, we donate ourselves and we're going to do it well, whatever is the career, if it's a woman, if it's a man. So when I actually took the position at Caixa, so Natalia spoke really well. I worked internally and externally. And if you don't put this in the business units, the transformation doesn't happen. You have to transform the mentality and culture of the company, and then you can generate an impact outside. We had a training program, and then I said harassment, violence. 52% of women that work in Brazil, they are victims of some kind of work harassment. 1 in each 4, they get beat up, and every hour 3 women are abused before 13 years old. So it's a primitive statistic. So the bank said, let's embrace this cause, and we have trained 8,000 people to launch this strategy that had 3 pillars: fighting violence, promotion of business, and financial inclusion. And in case of Caixa, 74 million women that are clients, only 4 million consumed some kind of finance product. There was a revolution. So we had many more people, women interacting in the apps, in the physical space. We start talking about money and women as consumers. They're not like men. We spend 62 million in nail polish a year. So sometimes we have a different profile than men. And we can see this as a stimulus. Men like cars, Super Bowl, and we like other programs. And why not finance? And just to wrap up, I still try to continue on this path. I am back in the financial market. At LED, we are designing a path for financial assistance for individuals and entities to boost and awake the lives of women. And I am also having a partnership with Belas Artes, which is a university center focusing on the feminine universe and creativity. So we can launch a remote course for finance along with Janette. She is my inspiration as well. And we're going to try to demystify this topic. We're doing our nails and we're still talking about our kids and nannies, and that finance is in the conversation because money is for everything, and money is also a source of well-being and care for women, especially because of the concerns they have. And now I'm going to give the floor because my time is up.
Very good, Daniela. Impressive. We still have a lot to do when it comes to finance, education. Later, we're going to have Professor Ludmila. She's also going to share about the job she has done in the BRICS and bring women to the center of the discussion. And this helps me, gives a link to what I want to talk to you about. We talk so much about opportunity, but we still have a very small number of women accessing credit. Daniela mentioned financial products, but when we think about women that are entrepreneurs, which actually access credit, there's a huge gap, very amazing gap. And Sebrae is here, has an important role to help with education, but also to bring women to this. Tell us a little bit what has been done and what else can still be done. What can you tell us? I would like to greet everyone, hug each one of you, and say how proud I am for your work. I see women that are real amazing opportunity to be here. This important event. Someone said that we should have this more frequently, hold this more frequently. In fact, it's right. We should talk so much about finance. We need to talk so much about women, entrepreneur women. We need to talk about business women, and to talk about in this universe that I live, the business, the universe of small business, micro enterprise, we need to talk about economy and care. I need to talk about this because it's different, the kind of difficulty that women have. When she has business, then the woman that's starting now to be an entrepreneur, and several times she's doing it because of need, out of need. When I get the entrepreneurship out of need, and compared to the ones of opportunity, men will be though in those for opportunities that are planned, calculated, studied, projected, planned, supported at home, because several times small business in Brazil, they start with their own resources, credit card from the family, savings account sometimes is used from the family for their business, and women support the men in this journey. But the other way around is not always true. Family does not invest the same way in entrepreneurship in men as they do when it's a woman. The women spend 17% less time in their companies than men do, because she's working at home. There's no other woman to be there to take care of the house, to take care of their children, take care of their domestic activities. That does not help when it comes to business environment. But that's one less thing to worry about, because women with the small business, she needs to leave her children with the neighbor, her mother, with mother-in-law, with the child's someone that the child knows. So she needs a bunch of other women behind her that are working, which should be the role of the government, because we need daycare to work, not even work, they should exist. These daycare is the obligation for the municipality in Brazil. However, we don't have even 1% of municipalities in Brazil that have daycare. And these are those with people that really need. When women go to the field, I'm talking about agriculture, she leaves door by door selling a cake, and she doesn't have a place to leave her child, or no one to leave her child with. Sometimes she goes to work and takes her child with her. You can see her out in the street with her child. If she goes to make her nails, you see her child next to her playing on the phone, because there's not a place for her child to play. And the companies doesn't have that either. And it is a right for everyone to take care of this child. It is the state should take care of it as well, help take care of it. So these women who are in a small business, they're women who have very little access to banks. Like Dani mentioned, they are embarrassed to enter a bank. Why is that? Yeah. There is something that comes before that. Women hate to be owing money to anyone. She should know that there's a financial institute, that their business is to lend money, because if they don't do that, they're going to go bankrupt. So, but she sometimes they are received with some weird questions. Does your husband know you're here? Or what are you going to do with your children? Are you going to have time to work and pay for this loan? So these are questions that make this place not very welcoming to women. Recently, I read a research from Serasa that says that 78% of the women who were in financial institute had their credit denied. And women are very good at paying, unlike men. And there's a research in Sebrae that says the cost of the loan for women finance is 3.4% more expensive than for men. Oh my goodness, why? What explains this? So the challenge for Sebrae is to be next to this woman. And I'm now concluding already. Give me just a second so I can talk about my product, Sebrae. Sebrae now is starting, and I would like to mention Renata Malheiro's work. Her at Sebrae, together with Dani, did a beautiful project, like a caravan preparing the women. And Sebrae is from them. Sebrae now is big. We have an agency, female, diverse, inclusive. And we will produce numbers, actions from numbers. There's no point in putting statistics on the screen and say, oh, how sad. No, we need to turn this into action for this reality. Support this woman. We cannot say that she has to prepare that cake in the oven at her house with the gas that she uses in her house. She cannot be using the refrigerator in her house for her business. We need to tell this woman, and I'm coming right now from an event in Washington where we had in OAE, in IDB, we were in Apex meeting. The quantity of line of credit that there is, they're huge. It's in so many, but they don't know. They don't know how to get there, when to get there, if they have the right. It is their right. So Sebrae, their Sebrae, which is now the management for a female entrepreneur, is going to look at that woman. That woman is in our screen, our radar, and we're going to work for her. Sebrae is going to give a product that has been prepared and designed for her. Thank you very much. Sorry if I went over my time. Excellent, Margarete. In fact, that if there's something something organized and modulated, there's nothing you can do. Women with the denied credit, women, that women don't like to have to owe anything. So many times they don't even know where to go for this loan and credit. So it's not enough to work the terminology, but to work together in order to teach them where to get this loan. So it's really good. I want to talk a little bit with Christian, but before that, I want to put some data out here. We were talking about statistics, and you mentioned women need to take care of their children, and this came really strongly with the pandemic. Women pandemic that made that kind of harmed us a little, the equity of gender. But there's also another data that for 100 men that are promoted, 87 women are promoted. So if this second data is true, there is no 100 years. It's going to be infinite. We're never going to get to equity because it's not going from 100 to 130. While 100 men are promoted, just 87 women are promoted. This is not going to happen. We won't have equity. So we have to work a lot to see how this works so that, in fact, we can have 50 men that are promoted, 50 women that are promoted, and with the end we get there. So I want to take advantage of this. And Cristiane, so you can tell us a little bit about your role as Director of Operations and how do you see this job in fomenting gender equity, not also for the collaborators, but also for the clients? How has that been done with the clients? Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the opportunity for being here in this very privileged forum with a discussion that's very important. I'm 9 years in the managing of BRB. It's a financial segment that requires us to study more, have a differentiated kind of vision. The actions of this bank, they talk with one another using two words that we mentioned so much during this forum, which is opportunity and connection. What we have done is establish connection with non-profit organization, other institutes, companies, secretaries in different states that really want to move forward with the theme of gender equity. And it comes to society, government has implemented many programs to promote support of women in situations of vulnerability. This is very dear to us and very important. It allows a different kind of point of view towards these women, how important this is, how to invest them in these women, bring them safety and security, and the willingness to have some purpose in life. And some of these projects have contributed so that these women can have adequate knowledge and access to credit, and also the possibility to build a new life. Because we know in situation of vulnerability, they lose a little bit the connection with values that they want to develop. The bank has acted really strongly in it. When it comes to financial institution, yes, we have offered so many products, but the social condition, it's a very strong, the connection that we do with people, transform their lives. This is the objective that we have. When it comes to internal personnel, the personnel area, we have had a strong work, very intense, to prepare these men who help these women, and women themselves who help other women. Since we mentioned training and understanding and learning, it's very important to bring people to this new reality. In fact, it's important for us to develop that and take this information to women who deserve all our support. We also developed in the bank a very important project that I know was already mentioned as female leadership role. And in the bank, we've had much success in the bank. We started in 2019. Today we have 96% of the women that participated in the program. They stayed. They were promoted in this position. Is when I approach being a woman in a different way, different treatment, even psychological, deep reflections. This brings and mobilize an effort for these women in their conquests, and leave out all the things that hinder us, the guilty feeling and all that. We can want to leave that. It should be developed in the adequate actions, and that's what we're doing. In BRB, we have the satisfaction to have had a better statistics, because we follow through with data, the analytics, an improvement and evolution of the feminine role in leadership. We have observed this growth in women superintendent. When they have the role of superintendent, is key in the directorship, which we have a significant number of women already. It's important. In 2018, it was only 21%. So we were showing and demonstrating, thank you, demonstrating that we must value. And especially this week, we did this presentation of succession plan, and we defined goals for composing women that are represented in the bank and the fiscal council, showing in practice the objective of promoting equity in all levels of our organization. Thank you very much. Excellent, Cristiana. If we do not have positive action, things won't change, right? It's what I said. It can be infinite. We need to really work this equity. Now we're going to talk to Professor Ludmila. She's been leading very important project, financial safety for BRICS, with a very important impact. I wanted to really hear about her project and the impact that it has, especially to women. Dear ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, female colleagues, I am a representative of the university. I work in the state, and very important. I work with very important topic, not only for Russia but all the countries of BRICS, because we are now enter a new path of development. I have the orientation and the financial flow and engineer. And so we're doing a transformation in the market. And the big role here we can see is for health and culture, education. And the topic of education is very important in this forum. In any area, any specialty, in any job, we need education. And so everything that's important, we are positioning ourselves in the BRICS. It's literacy, financial literacy, financial projects. We're talking about men, women, children, but also for women that stayed in vulnerable situation, that doesn't have the possibility to receive adequate education. That's why we're here, because we not because we're here pretty with makeup and beautiful necklaces. We put all this and we're going to conquest anything, but not everyone is like us. We need to understand that. And I enjoyed the same block of our meeting because here there was a lady and she was talking about how we must bring the women together with us and show that we're strong and we have the capability, we can find ourselves in this situation. So therefore, we not only in our country, we have also thieves, people that when we give, we have fraudsters. It's not just the thief that rob us in the beginning. We end up giving things. That's unfortunately. It's men that sometimes that are that do that to us. It can be our brothers, our husbands, and after doing all this, I kind of ask, why did I give all this to a scammer? So we need to utilize the topic of capacity and entrepreneur women so that we can adapt to society. And so it's important that a woman, a mother, she doesn't even have to have a husband. It happens so, and she wants to develop, she wants to work. Then that's it. It's really important to be connected. It's a financial literacy, so that is important because here in Russia, our government is arguing this topic. We have normative acts, we have correspondence, we have networking institution, financial institution that bring this topic of safety in a highlighted topic, so women have the possibility to adapt to society. And we're now giving our hand for help to help these women. So a young man who wants to receive a good education in this area or any other person, he can come and participate in this program to be the person that will protect the society, because we have women that are retired, having more than 12 billion, giving more than $12 billion to the scammers. So when we researched and evaluated this moment, we understood that we can help situations such as this. We can guide women in a situation like that with this program. I went to South Africa and they signed a memorandum of understanding. I went to Ethiopia, and we had big repercussion. A lot of people met there in the university to sign memorandum of understanding for an inclusive university. So I would like to ask the directors of the banks to give support to this program. It's very important because we started as a small program. We're going to extend it to IT, science, and other conferences, business rounds, everything that's linked to the development of our country and our corporation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ludmila. So we saw many wonderful topics here, but financial inclusion and financial education is permeating our discussion. So this is a topic for reflection. Bye-bye, Daniela. Thank you so much. So this is for us to reflect how can us women talk about financial security and financial education. I love this name, financial education. I would like to thank everyone here, Professor Ludmila, everyone. Thank you so much for talking about women in finance and all the opportunities. Monica, Anna, congratulations on the event. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful contribution to our panel. We will watch now a video from one of our sponsors, BRB Bank. Let's go. At BRB Bank, we're revolutionizing our service to clients. Currently, all of our cards produced by BRB are made of recyclable materials. Besides, here your company finds credit line destined for the funding of electric and hybrid vehicles, up to 100% of financiable items for companies of all sizes. You also can find lines to fund buses and electric trucks, hybrids, or other models with electric traction. And with BRB, your company can get credit lines destined to acquisition of machines, equipment, and to improve structure and that are more sustainable. Open your account and discover everything the bank has to offer. A round of applause. Our sponsor, BRB. I would like to thank the presence of the Ambassador of Barbados, Mrs. Tunica Thompson, Federal Representative Grace Elias. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your presence. So we're going to continue our event with the panel Infrastructure from the Women Entrepreneur Forum. And to conduct and compose. Oh, let's take an official photo while they're doing this. So for the composition of the panel, let's invite the moderator, Marianne Feldman, former ambassador from Austria, vice president of Wiki Camera Commerce of Brazil and India. Marianne, please come up here. Where's Marianne? So Marianne, while she is coming here, let's invite Ms. Jane Zimmer, Executive Director of Institutional Relations and Sustainability of Arteris. Marianne, Jane Zimmer, come to the stage, please. Mr. Marco Aurélio Barcelos, Director President of Better Roads in Brazil, Brazilian Association of Concessionaries of Roadways, ABCR. A round of applause to our guests. Marianne, please. Gianni, Marco Aurélio. Let's invite Mr. Rose Santos, member of the Industrial Council of Businesswomen at CNE. And she is also a mentor of Top to You. A round of applause to Rosie and Mr. Alan Magalhães Machado, which is the director of the Department of Public Works at the National Secretary of the Ministry of Transportation. Welcome. You have the floor, Mariane Feldman.
Vamos iniciar então o painel agora de infraestrutura.
Let's start the panel of infrastructure that will be conducted by Mariane Feldman. Good afternoon to everyone. Let's get your seats. Let's get to your seats. This is my new mission as a moderator. I heard about it this morning because unfortunately the moderator that would be here previously, Isadora Cohen, I would love for her to be here with us because she is the president of Infra Women, which you can see at the logos of the supporters of the event. It's a network of 1,500 women that work in infrastructure, and that is it's very organized. We are in different groups in WhatsApp. We're always exchanging CVs for different job posts. But she has a problem. Her son had an accident, and unfortunately she couldn't be here with us. So I actually took on this job, and we're here, and it's going to be an excellent panel. So we'll have here representatives from the private sector. Marco Aurelio Barcelos, he's the president of ABCR, which is the Brazilian Association of Road Concessionaries. And you are ahead of 51 concessions, right? We have Gianni Zimmer, which is the executive director of Arteris, one of the most representative companies that exist, and you'll add a lot to the discussion. And you have an incredible experience in mining, in the mining sector, because you've worked a lot of years at Vale. We have Rose Santos. She works at the Chamber of Commerce of Energy, and she has a great experience in the private sector for legislation and PPPs, public-private partnerships. And all the contracts of all the agreements of private energy pass through this company, and Rose is the person that makes sure this goes to the distribution network, and also the director of public works of the Ministry of Transport, which is an addition of what is done at the concessionary level. So we have public and private sector. Let's start with Marco Aurelio. Which are the challenges today that the private sector has, and how to have the necessary investment that Brazil needs? Is there a way to get ahead of this delay that infrastructure has, what ABCR does, and how do you see this sector?
In the first place, I want to greet everyone to say that it's an honor, big honor to be here in the WeFORUM, the third edition, and have the opportunity to share here some impressions of the most important thing areas, for example, the infrastructure and the roadway, highway areas of the country beyond our frontiers. So I want to thank for the gentle invitation that I received, and I hope to help with my reflections. Mariani brings a little bit about a topic that's very relevant. We have, yes, we do have a huge need for investment in an infrastructure in several sectors. I said it's necessary to more than double the GDP that is geared towards Brazilian infrastructure. To be honest, we have two challenges. The first challenge is to widen infrastructure in itself, per se, and so that we are able to deal with the demands of our society, the demands for health, sanitation, transportation, and our industry. Here we're talking about the drainage, the flow of the money when it comes to being the territory, Brazilian territory. We have a huge demand for infrastructure, demand for improving infrastructure. So for a few years already, we have been preparing ourselves to answer to this demand, this request. So how to deal with this? First formula, most traditional, it involves addressing resource, where we're going to put public resources. And my friend here is going to talk about the sphere, this part of acting the public power to give this investment. So, first of all, the allocation of public funds. The problem, what is the problem? Public funds are finite. And above all, in a country like Brazil, that we have very high cost, we have little money left to invest in capital. Second alternative, and for a while now we've been preparing ourselves to it, is private capital. I study and I work with infrastructure, concessions, and privatization for 20 years now. And I've spent most of the time of these years in the public sector. And I can say that today we live the climax of this fashion of introducing resources in Brazilian infrastructure when it comes to private participations. Maybe that's the initial message that I would like to share with everyone, that Brazil can represent the majority of, and I dare to say, the best opportunities for allocating investments in infrastructure together with the private sector. And the challenges, and I want to finish my initial speech. These challenges, you have the building of a huge the regulating framework in Brazil. And this reinforced the affirmation that we are not only facing one of the best moments, but facing the best opportunities to allocate resources and infrastructure in the world. I know that WeFORUM gets together a network of people abroad. So be awake. Be awake of what's happening in Brazil. Thank you very much, Marco Aurelio. And we were here in the beginning before we entered the room to explaining our history, and we effectively want and hope lots of investments in this time We have representative of Women Business Alliance, the women from BRICS. We have representative of USI, from Russia, China, South Africa. This time we do not have India, but next year for sure. So delegation, please call your investors to learn about new horizons in Brazil. In the same sense, Gianni, the same question refers to this process, regulatory process for new concessions and new contracts, how you and Arteris see these process of optimizing contracts that have been discussed with the Ministry of Transportation, like TCU, and how they can improve that. How do you see that? Thank you, Mariane. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a big challenge for us to speak right after Marco Aurelio, that expressed so well and represents us so well too. And we're talking about roadways. I want to say that I'm very happy to be here today with you so I can share some ideas in the sector of infrastructure, representing women in leadership position, and we can have more and more space of equality and having access to positions that today our majority of them are male. That includes the infrastructure sector and as well as the mining sector. They are very masculine sectors. So thank you for the opportunity to be here and exchange this information. When we talk about utilizing the contracts, what I wanted to share with you, us in the private sector and the roadways, we found a wonderful opportunity. We have now at the table opportunities that was brought through the government, led by the Ministry of Transportation, to innovate public policy so that we can work with actives that are stressed, and so that we can use again these contracts and give continuity to business. So it's a very intelligent way in our understanding. It's an advantage, very big advantage for the society, as we call. I know we use this word, it's advantages to redo these contracts, the existing contracts, the possibility of bringing new contracts that are not bring those who are not sustainable, and then be able to discuss them and give continuity to business. That puts us in a place of doing important work and therefore generate jobs. So how would that be done? A stress concessionary come in the area of construction and given back to the market. So in this process of be given back to the this process takes about 5 years. It doesn't take it's not quick. So in order to optimizing and working with the public policy, this is an interesting instrument in order to have this advantage. It's advantage for the community, for the people, and the public policy. So it's very interesting. We're very optimistic with this infrastructure. We have several concessionaires in this process. They have already requested to redo their contract, become more sustainable. We think this is a very correct way to do it, more advantageous than the other options in itself. An auction process, for instance. Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gianni. Now, this is complementary. So think about investment from outside of Brazil. We have how many? 13 auctions. How about 25,000 kilometers? So yeah, we'll have for the players that are here, like such as you, but you also have for new players. So whoever want to come to finance this new infrastructure. I want to talk a little bit about this, and I want to just talk a little bit because you're the Director of Public Work in the Ministry of Transportation. So how this investment complement what the private sector does so that Brazil have the right infrastructure that we all need, that you want to do business. How do you want to do business if the roads don't work and they don't arrive with chicken and we cannot export to China or any other country or South Africa? So tell us.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Marianne, on behalf of the National Secretary Viviane, I would like to thank you for the invitation for being here. Viviane has been a strong word at the infrastructure sector. She is the first national secretary in 163 years that the ministry exists. So she is occupying the role of an opinion changer that had never been occupied before. And we are very honored about that. And I feel very honored for representing her. About investment, as is what's put. Public investment is supplementary to the private investment, but it has a very relevant role considering the characteristics, geographical characteristics of Brazil. We are a continental sized country with a very challenging um, relief. So we have a very relevant vehicle with demographics that are quite heavy or specific cargo flows and also some railways. And I'm talking about 75,000 kilometers of federal roadways and 15,000 are under concession agreements. So we foresee some expansions in the auctions, but we have about 60,000 roadways that interconnect the most isolated places in the country. And because of a matter of choice in the past, roadways are 70% of the mode of transportation for cargo and people here in Brazil. So we have a fundamental role to integrate regions and to allow that cargo is transported and that they arrive at their destinations. With all the difficulties that we have in Brazil, we still are one of the most competitive countries to export grains, even with all difficulties. So investment is necessary. We have big projects that are foreseen for the next years. For concession is about 200 billion in investments. For the PAC, the acceleration program, we will invest about $80 million for the next years. And we have a very important challenge that has to be overcome, which is the reconstruction of the engineering market in Brazil. We have consultancy companies, project companies, great companies that have great opportunities to invest here. So this portfolio is already out there in the market, and DENIT, which is the responsible entity, they are already working with regulations so this investment can happen in the next 4 years. So we count on you and we are available to you to consider Brazil a place for advantageous investments. Thank you, Alan. I think that between the public and private sector, we're going to make it. Next year, we're going to have the event in Belo Horizonte. And Minas Gerais, we can see a lot of news about roadways. So maybe we'll have the second chapter of this table in Belo Horizonte. And my question to end this first round of questions is just to contextualize the infrastructure sector at the national level. The second round of questions will have more correspondence to our WeFORUM. So, Rosie, energy is part of the sector of energy, and at this sector, we are at a very challenging moment with the opening of the market. What are the challenges in this moment? And what are the differences of this market with other sectors of infrastructure, especially sanitation? Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at this meeting. I would like to thank for the invitation from Monica and Anna. And at the example of what I did last year, I'm going to start by the end, which is the sector of energy, and trying to set a parallel for the incredible opportunities that are already open for the sector of sanitation. The sector of energy has already a history of privatizations for its expansion for more than 20 years. So all the segment of infrastructure, energy is fundamental for any kind of segment. And after 20 years, we're starting what we're calling opening to the market. So what is that? Is to be able to choose at any time your provider. Like you choose your internet provider or your TV provider. The great question is, was this easy? And I, as a consumer, can we do that already? No. The big industries can do that, or a group of companies or a group of consortiums, but there is a legal provision that up to 26, 27, 28, we can do this choice. And what are the concerns that exist? And then we take a look at the segment of energy, and we are used to our distributors. The energy distributor will be remodeled. So today it's been discussed. We're under renovation of concessions for the distributors, and we're discussing the best model, because buying and selling energy is not going to be the main business of the distributor, because buying and selling energy, you will have potential buyers, the traders, the retailers, for companies, and in 27 and 28 for us, individual consumers. So we have this great challenge to find subsidies, keep stability, regulation stability, and something else that is very important. The energy expansion was about generation of energy by the offer. With digitalization and globalization and the empowerment of consumers, the expansion of the sector will be by the load or by consumption. So we consumers will be responsible and will be active in the formulation and in the dynamic growth of the energy and also the sector of sanitation. So give me 2 minutes, okay? And then I'll talk about sanitation. We are okay with time. I think it's important to have this comparison because 20 years ago, generation of energy dictate the growth, and after 20 years, the consumer will dictate the growth. So the way we finance energy has changed. All these programs had a project finance from BNDES, and about 5 years ago, we did this expansion for the free market, so there's not necessarily an agreement behind everything. And we created another model of funding with private bank that's much more dynamic. We also have the matter of electric mobility and the study of batteries and the change of hydraulic energy, because in the past was very important, but now it's being priced in a different way, because we have 95% of renewable energy, of generation of energy from electrical energy. So what does this mean? The sector of electric energy is already in a transition. And so what do we have to do to grow? We have to electrify other sectors, other productive sectors, so economy can grow and other sectors can grow. So we have to electrify agribusiness. How? Through green economy, to bring this renewable source of energy, sustainable source for the productive sector. So this is for agribusiness, for batteries, for artificial intelligence. It's also for industry and for electric mobility. And then I'm going to leave a line here, drop a line here. It is important to have partnership between posts of electric mobility in the roadways. So by saying this, I think we are at a wonderful moment, full of opportunities of accessory business. And in the sanitation sector, they're going to start what we in the energy sector have been doing for 20 years, which is the universalization. The energy sector has already universalized. The sanitation sector needs to universalize, especially clean water and sewer. So in 2022, there was a goal established until 2033. We have to have 90% of universalization of the sewer and 99% of clean water. These investments amount to 1 trillion reais. So we're talking about an industry of opportunities of 1 trillion reais. The government doesn't have 1 trillion reais to do this universalization, so it's fundamental to have the private sector and the PPP and bids and auctions. So on the opposite to what happened to energy, it's not project finance. They are doing this through corporate finance, which is more interesting from the point of view of the agreements. We have this big difference. So when the distributors are privatized, there were 63 distributors in the energy, and the regime is federal. It's a federal level. For sanitation is trickier because we have 1,060 concessions, and the competence is for the municipalities and states. So you have to do a mapping of risks, and this demands strategy, intelligence, so the business is profitable. So it's a great challenge for those that will go to the sanitation sector. We will have about sanitation goals for quality and performance. And I think that the main goal is that Brazil in the world, they have 15% of property on the clean water. And the important point is how to handle the efficiency of losing water, because it amounts to 40%. So how can we do this in a more efficient way? So these water losses are inferior to 40%. I think that the challenge is to define the agreement model. It will have a more interference, regulation interference, or if this will be established in agreements. This is what is being discussed today for an eventual privatization of Sabesp. What will be the regulation with more intervention or more agreements? Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. I believe that we have already really good, uh, birds fly over these opportunities in the sector of infrastructure. Now we're going to see how is the role of women in this sector, what can be done to improve. And so my question goes to Marco Aurelio. In a recent forum on diversity and inclusion, you said that here we already accepted this recommendation and enforces us women, and we want to have men in the panel. So I wanted to know, what is your vision? What is the role that men have to help us achieve and start the 50-50 representation? Well, in reality, this forum has two important questions, very symbolic. We are minority men. Look here in the panel, also in the audience. There is a pedagogical message. We feel like minority. We understand that as usual, we always had the participation of women in so many forums, not just in meetings like this, but other initiatives. Important pedagogical effect. And the second one, aside from being a minority, we were the guests. This is not the event of isolation, antagonism. Sometimes I see the topic of promoting diversity to be adopted in what, according to my evaluation, is a form that's less intelligent, with the formula of refraction, antagonism, taking distance of us against them, they against us. We have two pieces in the on the table. I think that's my modest evaluation. So I think instead of being antagonizing and of kind of fighting, we need to work with convergence. Under the point of view of the male public, we need to be more cultured. We need to develop empathy, learn how to develop empathy, to recognize what didactically you are showing us here, because that's what it is to be minority, what it is to be hindered and not get to good opportunities, or be the second option, because we're going to look for the pool in the masculine universe. But us men, we need to understand this, internalize this. If we do not participate in the debate in an active manner, we're going to move a little bit slower on the game table. People believe that whatever they don't agree, they just refuse to. I am afraid to take the taxi alone or inside an Uber after 10 o'clock. She's right. I also have to refuse that. I have to refuse to live in such an environment where women are afraid to do that. And I have to move in that direction. We all need to establish the same rule of what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. So strategy is strategy. So it's a strategy of empathy in the culture. It's important to realize everything that's been said here. I want to go back to the infrastructure market. Mark talks about the fact that the 15 kilometers, but if we're going to analyze all the roadways in Brazil. We have 20,000 kilometers of roadways in Brazil, one concession in the planet Earth aside from China. The good or worrisome idea is that this is going to double. We're going to go over 26 kilometers. What did I want to say about the opportunity in a culture ring and so on? We need to have right now a demand on very strong on human resources. And we need that the female public have the same importance as the pull from the male public when we talk about recruitment, building reference to lead the opportunities that are showing up a lot lately. Where are the women, engineer women? Where are the project manager, big executive? We have important samples here on this panel and in this event as well. Where else? We need to understand the diversity and diversity as an opening of opportunity, and we have many opportunities. Let's know how to together use these opportunities to reestablish a more just and above all make good work opportunities come true. I want to insist, and I'll repeat, and I'll finish. Men, we are in key pieces to bring equity of gender in the agenda of diversity and inclusion. Because we never have lived, we have never felt in life what women have always felt for decades and centuries. Until we have men to feel this and be acculturated, we're going to suffer. So united, we can advance a lot more. Very well said, Marco Aurelio. I think I have a huge public audience. So if you decide to run for something, we're going to be counting on you. So yesterday we talked about the importance to motivate women and children in school to become interested in these more technical sectors. I think until see where us women were working in these sectors that are supposedly more masculine, we need to be more proactive so that we can have role models. Somebody yesterday, I think it was Lebe Bozudo, said that everything that you write, you live that. If some people can see if that's real, that can transform into reality. I want to highlight now you, Jeanne, you and Rosie, the Chamber of Commercialization of Energy has had lots of success. Tell us about the Women in Faces. That's what it's called. It's a pleasure to talk. The interpretation cannot hear right now. Sorry, we cannot hear. Hello. Our program, Women in Faces, is a program that wants the men to complement each other, men and women. It's a program in which we select objective criteria and potential of the company, and once selected these potentials to have a leadership role, we have 5 actions of leadership according to the professional. We have all the feedback that we get from human resources, sessions with the mentor that's trained and qualified, about 10 mentors and 1 male mentor. So all mentee has 1 mentor, a session with 1 mentor, and 4 with female mentors. Then exactly, we're doing the complementary. I don't think any of this place that equity of gender will work in an organization without public policy, such as in the capital market, but Also, internal politics policies, quantity and quality. So for you to do a, so that a program works well in your company, you have to have board decision, meta, to goals to be attained, so that you can make this to transform the culture of your organization. We have quantity and qualitative goals, and we need to make all the leaders bring them together, make them equal for men and women. So in reality, it's easy to say, to speak, but to do is a little more delicate. And another point I said last year, I would like to repeat, is the responsibility of the man when it comes to preparing the women and the little girls, children. I was talking to some friends yesterday at a dinner, and we were talking about parents. I know that here we have more women than men, but I wanted to bring this to you for you to be a multiplier of what I'm going to say. Who prepares the company of the women is the women. My father always said there's 2 women and 1 man in my house. You're not worse than any man. I'm going to educate you to be so competitive as any other man. I'm 53 years old, so you can imagine how long ago he prepared me for this. I think that is very important for you that are mothers. Talk to your husbands and talk to them to be responsible, to educate your children, your girls, to be what they came to be. And the second point, which I think is important in the matter of women, is to be a whole. The men, for some reason, maybe anthropological, social, they were born with feeling kings and emperors and the king of the castle, right? The testosterone gives them that, right? Us women also are queens and queen of the no one can take that royalty away from us and this wholeness. So I'd like to call you all here and understand that we are perfect, just like men are, each person in their own way.
So now we are calling the hour. We're a little bit over time, but I just wanted to ask the last 2 questions for to Gianni and the ESG agenda, because this agenda is coming to companies more and more. So the ecological, social, and governance aspects. At the Rodoanel public notice for Belo Horizonte, we see, for example, recovery of victims of Brumadinho, zero emissions. So what is the part of the diversity? How the concessionaires what they can do, so this agenda is part of the culture of the organization. Thank you, Mariane. This is indeed a big challenge. Sustainability is an extreme complex subject. When we talk about sustainability, we're talking actually about many pillars, and we're talking about many topics. When we think about infrastructure, I am very happy to see that this is in the agenda of the companies and also of regulation agencies like ANTT. Maybe Marcos, we need a little bit more, but we've seen that ministries are issuing documents in this sense to guide people about the topic. So ABCR, Marco, has the mission to discuss sustainability indicators in the sector. So it's a complex topic because it depends on culture. Each company has a level of maturity for this. So a company doesn't wake up one day and say, "Oh, I want to be sustainable." No, it's brick by brick, step by step. But it's important to create some indicators and be able to measure this. I believe that we are at a very positive moment right now because it's a worldwide topic, and we've seen this climate change happen, and this is in the agenda. Nature events, environmental matters. So, for example, the rain, what does this represent for roadways? We have many accidents because of climate change. So what we discussed today is, let's talk about the resilience of our infrastructure. How can it be more resilient? So it's a very challenging topic. We've also talked about decarbonization. We all know that we need to implement projects that lead to decarbonization of economy and business, and this is not simple. And we've talked about energy, and one of the great challenges in the area is how we migrate to solutions to decarbonize energy, because energy nowadays is based on oil and coal and many other non-renewable sources. So I have a minute, and I would like to talk about the last pillar. The one that we're talking about is diversity, including women. I was reading the newspaper this morning, and I saw that women still get paid 20% less than men. And about leadership is about 25% less than men. So we have this inequality. Women don't have the same opportunities. And our colleague in the finance panel said we have positions that we can choose men and others that we can choose women. So we need affirmative actions in the company. In Arteris, we have that. And if you have to choose between a man or a woman, choose a woman, because naturally this is not going to happen. So it's important to have this awareness, and that we can fight for the spaces and have support from the companies and leadership, because these actions are boosted only when CEO gets into action, and when they say they want to make this happen, they put this in the metrics of the company, and we have to fight. There's not a silver bullet to this topic, so we have to put many variables on the table, and we have to shoot in many directions so we can advance a little bit. So I feel that we are advancing already. I think this is better than the past decades. I was a lot in many sectors where women didn't have many opportunities, but I think this is quite slow. And I think the he for she initiative to have men supporting us, holding hands with us, is the best way to follow. So I would like to thank you for doing the he for she. The presence of some men here in the audience. Alan also came here. It's a great mission because Viviane is one of our greatest encouragers here in the sector. And I think that your mission is quite important to represent her. And let's go forward. We are going to support each other at the network, in the solidarity network, to have contacts and to have support, and only together we're going to be able to go forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jean. I think that she practically closed the panel. I just wanted to mention what I was going to ask Alan, so everybody can be aware, because I think that the Article 30 of public licitations provides benefits for companies that participate in these licitations. for companies that employ more women. Say it so we can close. Oh, it's a mission, right? Well, people, I agree with Mario about the masculine presence in this environment and to discuss everything. The federal government has established some important policies, and I think that the most important is Brazil with no misogyny was developed with the Ministry of Women and the Ministry of Racial Equality, and the other ministries also can add to these initiatives. So Ministry of Transport has added to this initiative with Minister Aniele Franco, sorry. And this protocol, they are starting to be implemented in our ministry. One is the granting policies for our concession agreement, and we highlight the environmental sustainability, and this is in this environment of fighting inequalities and fighting violence against women. And the second is about the creation of a forum in the niche. The niche is the organ, is the body that regulates this in Brazil, and is led and composed majority by men, and it has established a permanent commission to ensure equality and fight gender violence. So maybe it's a small action, but for an entity that is almost 80 years old and the profile of professionals that is there to have this discussion is an advance quite significant. About what she told us about the licitation law. The law reflects how much this agenda is integrating the laws in Brazil. In the infrastructure area, the creation of this article that provides that if there is a tie between licit tenders, it is a criteria for not untie. So this is a change, and this has to be very clear. This has to be done through actions that can be measured. We need to measure effectiveness of these policies. Otherwise, we end up just discussing and not doing anything concrete. So we are bringing this discussion into the infrastructure of Brazil, and we can have these international practices in the negotiations in Brazil. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mariane. Thank you, everyone. I would like you to take an official photo, please. And now we will have a very well-deserving moment to honor a person. And then I'm going to ask Rosi Santos to be here at the stage. I don't know if she knows about that. We're breaking protocol here. Rosi is also taking a picture here. And you're going to give this honor to our guests. No, or doing this official photo of the panel. It was so powerful. And now we're going to call to the stage Mrs. Teca Vendramini, Teresa Vendramini from Agribusiness. She is a board member of the board of directors of Embrapa. And she will receive an honor now. She is a head of the agribusiness sector, and she will receive this gift from the hands of Jose Santos.
Okay, let's have a picture right here, and then you can all be together. Oh, thank you. One more picture, just the two of you. Okay, one more. Sure. A round of applause for the homage, for the tribute we have given. What did you say, Monica? Okay, now your final consideration. Well, you don't know how scared I got, because I came up here to give an award and I received an award. So thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here today. You know why? Because my friend Monica and Alana brought somebody from the small town to come up here. Yeah, it's true. I'm here for rural productor. I'm a ruralist. I've been here since yesterday from this forum to see all these women here. Thank you so much. All the panels. Someone talked about the agribusiness in Brazil. So today we have a productor, a producer. To talk about Brazilian agribusiness in Brazil is to talk about the biggest producer of Brazil of coffee and sugar in the world. So it's amazing to talk about the second largest export of meat in the world. That's what we do. And so everyone knows to talk about soy, orange, wood. But here in this forum, we only talked about training for the women, for us to prosper and all that. But there's a number in agro that I would like to bring here. Is 22% of the jobs, formal jobs in Brazil, is for the agro business in Brazil. I am honored to say that. So when you talk about agribusiness, we talk about food safety, not just Brazil, but the entire world, clean energy. And to talk about technology, it's what we do. Is what we do most. We are a group of people that are always keep an eye on renewable energy. For rural production, we want to talk about resilience and the aptitude for rural producers. So I'm here today to talk about agro when the industry house. I loved coming here in CNI. I thought it was amazing, and I want to talk as Monica asked, for agro industry in Brazil in this house. And I already understood that participation in almost 6%, 5.9% of Brazilian GDP is from Brazilian agribusiness. So that's amazing. I don't even want to say how much we want to participate in the GDP. You have 25, 26%. I'm not going to argue, but 6% is Brazilian agro industry. All that coming from my sector. And where does this come from? Benefiting what we do inside the farms, like I played with you, processing raw materials, so all that in the farm. Just to close here, let me list a bunch of things from industry, from orange, milk, Brazil. We have 5 million producers. So livestock, refrigerator, energy, sugar energy, textile industry, processed materials, sugar energy, vegetable extraction, and something that us producers do is the equipment. We are highly technical. And finally, chemical product, biofuel. We've been talking so much about technology, about biotechnology, and a lot more. I want to know from my friends if I'm going to present a friend that's going to be here with me. So they failed me. I did not know. So I guess I have to bring something else here. I will have to bring. I got so moved. I thought I was going to homage somebody, but I'm the one taking all these beautiful birds. I love birds. I'm going to my farm, taking this with me. So I want to bring here a saying that I think the person who is a person from this WeFORUM is Obi. Obi enchanted us yesterday. She moved us. I honestly was so moved when she spoke. She brought a phrase that I'm going to take with me into the women of agribusiness of Brazil when she said like this: when one woman calls, you need to be with her, you need to participate, you need to answer. And I myself, I am moved. I want to tell Monica and my friend Anna, thank you for calling me here. Thank you. I'm with you. I'm with the women in Brazil. Thank you so much. What a group of amazing women. Such a group of amazing women. Let's take a picture with them. I always like to be in the pictures too. You know, I take advantage and I like that. Cannot miss the opportunity. Let's move on. We're going to go to the panel of energy. The energy panel also promises lots of insights here, right? Before anything, we would like to thank myself and on behalf of the forum, the presence of the ambassador of Ghana, Ms. Abena Busion. Thank you for your presence. A round of applause to her and all of us who are here for these 2 beautiful days, wonderful days. Are you guys enjoying it? A lot? Wonderful. There's a lot more coming. The panel for Energy Women Entrepreneur Forum will address the panorama of the commercial and global energy sector, the rise of renewable sources, the demand crisis, and challenges and perspectives for the female gender in energy. This meeting is a chance to amplify the female voice in the sector, expand knowledge, and find a real place to welcome female workers in the area. Although women represent almost half of the world's population, gender equality is a challenge. In the energy sector, women are significantly underrepresented, forming only 32% of the workforce in the renewable energy segment and only 21% of the wind workforce, according to the research released International Renewable Energy Agency. So to conduct and to compose the energy panel, I invite to the stage moderator Ms. Rosângela Lara, Director of Band News. Rosângela, welcome. We also have, for this panel, very important, Ms. Camila Schotti, General Manager of Communication and Marketing of Eneva. Mr. Federico Candian, CEO of New Energy of Brasilia. Neo Energy Brasilia. Welcome. Come to the stage, please, Mrs. Clarissa Sadok, Vice President of Renewable Energy and ESG at Vibra Energia. We also want to call Ms. Silvana Bianco, Director of Infrastructure and Energy Inter-American Development, IDB. A round of applause, everyone. And Ms. Q Dong, Non-Executive Director of China Power International Development Limited and member of the Board of Directors, Speak Brazil Energy and Company. Please take your seats. Have the floor, Rosângela Lara.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. This is a very promising panel. We have great leaders. We have experts in the sector. I talked to them before coming up here, and indeed, numbers and insights and scenarios will be given. Incredible scenarios that we don't know much about, which in this so important sector that is so important for the world and for Brazil. I want to thank for your presence, Susana Bianco, which is Director of Infrastructure of IDB, which is here. Frederico Canjan, CEO of Neoenergia Brasília. Camila Scott, General Manager of Communication and Marketing in EVA. Clarissa Sadoki from Vibra Energia. And Quill Dong, came from afar to tell about her experience in the sector. I want to ask Camila from Eneva. We talked before the panel, and we talked about how this market is essentially masculine. Rosie, that was here before, she said how much women are growing and finding spaces in this sector. What are the greatest challenges faced by the country, and how does the market have been dealing with this, independently of the gender equality? First of all, I would like to say good afternoon to you and thank all the organizers of the event for inviting me. And I think in this last 15 years of career, I have never been to an event with so many women. So congratulations for being able to put so many interesting women together. Talking about the sector of energy and the challenges that we have to face, maybe I will take a step backwards to say what kind of advantages we have and what we have to address. When we discuss energy transition and we talk about future perspectives, there is always this tri-model of energy. So it has to be accessible economically. People have to be able to pay for it. It has to be socially, environmentally sustainable. And it needs to be safe. Has to be available 100% of the time. And I risk to say that there is no energy source that individually can address that. And what do? We combine different sources of energy, and Brazil is blessed. We have water, wind, we have sun, we have natural gas. If we're able to combine all these resources, all these sources, we are going to meet the demands of the energy. And few countries in the world have the capacity to do that. So differently from countries that are importers or depend on other countries to have their own energy, we have to see if the laws that we have are sufficiently able to attract investments and to make our energy competitive and to guarantee that we have a safe environment for laws, and that investors come and invest, and that we can take energy, competitive, safe, and environmentally sustainable energy to everyone. Great. Clarissa, I would like you to talk about this also. She was saying how what is the position of Brazil, and how do you say that the companies are responding to that? How companies are reacting to that, to this growing demand for renewable sources of energy? Well, before everything else, thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Monica, that is always capable of making wonderful people coming together. Renewable energy in Brazil, it's a reality, and it has been for some time. We are a champion in this in comparison to other countries, and we have a predominance of our energy matrix, renewable energy matrix, and few countries have that. And we have a cheap renewable energy, so it's economically viable. So the companies can also get in the sector of renewable energy. So we have all the conditions to attract industries, events, investments using this natural resource, and that is economically viable. Without a question, this energy richness, wealth that we have, it's quite important, and these supplementary sources are extremely necessary so we can have the assurance, as Camila said. And we are at a moment that is quite interesting to seek the best solutions for clients. So to try to understand what clients need so we can offer the best product to every kind of client. And in this aspect, we are in line with diversity. The fact that we have powerful clients at the center of the decisions makes more important to have a diverse team in the company, to bring more women to companies, to bring more diversity in a general way, so we can think in different ways and bring innovation. And this has been discussed quite a lot. Great. Frederico is going to talk to us about this issue of investments in the electrical sector, cheap renewable energy. How does the sector is attracting the investments, how Neo Energia sees this matter, and talking about what Clarissa said, but you can expand on that. What Neo Energy does to strengthen the feminine presence in your company. Thank you, Rosangela. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Monica, for inviting me to be here. Congratulations to the organization of the event. I was following other panels through YouTube, and good afternoon for those that are watching us online. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about such an important agenda for the electrical sector, which is this agenda. So the electrical sector, the energy sector, is a sector that is predominantly masculine. And Neo Energy operates in the sector for more than 25 years, more than 65 billion reais in investments, and we are in 18 states and the federal district, and we have goals that are guided towards ESG. We have a strong work in the ESG. So besides ESG, we also focus about financing. The sector needs financing, needs to attract income, generate income and jobs. And this is also very important towards decarbonization, electrification of economy. And this is very well connected to sustainable development of companies. At Neoenergia, we are an public listed company. So it's a list of company that work directly focused on gender and race. So this is also an incentive because you have these topics related to ESG, and this brings additional benefits to the company. In the infrastructure panel, there was a topic about metrics, what CEOs bring to that. So this brings benefits as well about the sustainable funding. And we are also participating in the B3 Sustainability Index. This encourages companies to participate in ESG parameters. We have a specific one here in Brasilia. Now, at Neoenergia Brasilia, we have a funding through a Japanese bank of 150 million reais to invest through parameters, ESG parameters at the capital. So this is so important. And about gender equality that you have mentioned, we have specific commitments to the ESDGs towards women's leadership. So 40% of our goal is to have 40% of women in leadership. We are at 38%. And also to include women in the electricist positions. So 30% of our electricists at the training of electricists, we have to have women. We've created a school that has specific classes for specific groups of women. So this is a profession that we have a majority of men. So this encouragement is very important. And what we've realized is that women have better freedom, financial freedom, and they can generate income, and they can also reduce their dependence of their husbands. And this is happening more and more. So 30% of the electricists that we have are women. So this is our commitment, and I believe that we're still keeping this commitment to society. It's quite nice about this topic about electricists to train women that are leading, and this is something that you can train women at the base so you can make a difference. I want to ask a question to Mrs. Q that is going to talk about a more global scenario. The question is, if you believe, actually the question is about if you believe that the transition to green energy affects the geopolitical dynamic and the energy security in the world. We're talking much more about the world, what is happening in the world. So how does this affect geopolitical dynamics?
Thank you. Thank you. We want to thank for being here, be able to participate in this. Yeah, we cannot hear. We're trying to. The, just a moment. We're trying to figure something out. It's on. It's turned on. Can you hear me now? Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I'm gonna speak in Chinese because Chinese, I'm more fluent in Chinese. It's because energy, the protection of energy is part of the government job to do that. He is going to be, he has something to directly, it has relation directly with the government, and also the difference has a direct contact with the government. Before talk about renewable energy, we need to talk about most important energy: petrol, oil, gas. These are energy that we used before. We always used. These kinds of energy, they are most used, petroleum, coal, they're non-renewable energy. And so not all places that we can find this kind of energy, especially coal. So coal, we can find lots of coal in China, but gas, it's harder to find. We have less of that. But the contrary is also that we are able to get petroleum and coal in Russia as well. Of course, China is rich in oil, oil. So this kind of energy, it depends on the place because not everywhere you can find this energy. This kind of substance is non-renewable energy. So we don't reuse it. We may have it today, but we may not have tomorrow. So many people want to buy this kind of energy before it's up. It's a huge mark. It's people fight over it. So in order to protect the energy in your country, it's important to do that. Now, so the competition is tough. So now for non-renewable energy, we have some for importance. We can export by plane. The first one will be by ocean. Export by ship. That way, the larger countries can have a larger competition in places on the coast because of they can be more competitive because they are in the coast, and the competition between Europe has a larger competition because they are on the coast. China has a group, has a partnership with America as well. We cannot hear. So this depends a lot on the territory. So where this kind of energy belongs to. From 2015, that's when the new energy that we were able to obtain, this new energy began to involve new technologies. And this new energy is available to the public, and the most important is the solar energy. Most important of that being the solar energy. The renewable energies, we are able to have it in all the territories through renewable energy, solar and aeolic energy. If you see, like if you notice the first car that was made through this energy is a battery one. You can see that it's an advancement of renewable energy. It is much more advanced than the non-renewable energy. So going back to the question, so renewable energy is safer and it can establish a better partnership in other countries. We're going to go back here to Silvana. Silvana was telling me, thank you so very much. Silvana was telling me how that the arm from IDB, she works fomenting projects of renewable energy, infrastructure and energy. So how has IDB been working and acted in this sector in order to motivate the transition and energy transition in the coal as well? Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first thanks so much for having to be here, and it's a pleasure to see so many women participating in this event. I believe that we have said already in this panel, so many years of experience. I never seen so many women participating in an event, and so many very qualified women. So congratulations, and congratulations to us who arrived up here. In relation to IDB, IDB has 3 branches. The first one is the one that does the financing to the government, the public arm of the government. It does financing and structure projects of concessions and PPPs. It is a bottleneck that was developed the world of infrastructure in general. One of the problems that was also mentioned here as something that makes a difference for the world of the finance is the framework, regulatory framework. That's where the public part of the bank develops, helps identify risks to improve the regulatory framework of the country. So this branch of IDB comes to fulfill this need for financing. The second branch is the one that I represent, is the BID Invest, that do financing for private companies. It acts as a bank, commercial bank, but it also brings some difference when it comes to the bank financing, because the idea of the bank is not to compete with other banks in capital markets, but bring something new, a credit line, a line of credit where the private company has an additional help, an additional structure, additional risk. So IDB Invest is there to help this kind of financing. And the third arm is called BID Lobby. It's a branch that helps investing in startups. It's an innovative branch, the one that comes to help in the developing of new business, of innovation, in order to attend all the structure. So IDB is positioned to help all the demands of today that we can find in this infrastructure market and energy and technology, to help close these gaps. And the point, if you look at the BID Invest, one of the big challenges that we see today in Brazil is the need for investment. We have a huge need for investment. We saw this in the panel for infrastructure. We saw that in finance panel. And to widen these sources of financing, which is a challenge that we see in Brazil. And that's something that the bank has been trying to develop, developing external capital. So this is a job we do to mobilize the capital of other people, bring new investors to Brazil. And the bank has tried to do this, either by doing resources in reais, by multilaterals in Brazil, or in dollars to banks. Those who don't have a dollarized line to and they can able and so to be able to finance Brazilian companies and companies that are dollarized. So the bank has been trying to develop these sectors as well. Wonderful, beautiful initiatives for the market that's in growing. It's growing so much. Larissa, I would like to talk to you a little bit about your reference in the sector for women. So you've been here, what, 1 year? In May, you're in Vibra for a year now. I would like to know if you can speak a little bit, if you're feeling any difference for women. There's a study from CNE. For the last 10 years, women progressively are coming close to just the same salary as men. We still are not there yet. However, I wanted to hear your analysis in this sector and what you can see from there. Well, I entered Vibra in August, so it's been 7 months of company. And then after almost 19 years in a different company in the sector, 100% renewable, I left there to take charge and take this challenge in this company that was initially from oil and gas and energy. Vibra is our former BR distributive that were privatized in the last few years. And so it's a big change. And without a doubt, these 20 years of the energy sector that I'm in, things have been changing and transforming. Not in the velocity or speed that we wished, but we are gaining more and more space in the sector of energy. Last week, I was in an event in Houston. It was Sarah Week. That's the most important event of energy in the world. And they have traditionally a dinner of women on Wednesdays. That was in a place that was huge. The main auditorium, only women in the on stage speaking, and you can feel that how more and more the representation of women has been growing. I agree with what Rose said in the last panel about how we put ourselves out there in the market. I was out here giving an interview. How was it for you to enter the president, vice president post? It was never my goal. It was never a dream. It just happened, and I could see that I could reach there. It's different from men that they come with that will right away. They believe in themselves more. I had to go and give step by step and think, oh, maybe I could give another step and believing in myself along the journey. So it's a self-esteem process that we must work a little harder on. I agree. That's true. Camila, we were talking about also, she was telling me how as a woman in this sector, she moves here and there, and the journey of women, sometimes double and triple. How can this influence in the movement in this career, Camila, right? I believe that this is a good hook now to bring the topic to the individual and less to the collective area. A colleague in the panel before said there's no silver bullet to solve the problem. You have the public policy implemented by the government, private policy implemented by the companies, and we have the movements, collective movements, non-institutionalized ones. We can talk about them later. They're going to be coming in groups of women and mentoring, etc. And the institution. But in the individual level, we have a nice discussion to be made. You see, imagine a person that she has time, mental space for several times a week to go and exercise before going to work. She's able to get to work really early. She's able to focus, and she doesn't have any issue throughout the day. She can focus solely on her job. So when her time at work is end, she can go home, read the book, she can watch a movie, play video game, or if she wants after work, she can go out, go for a happy hour with a friend from work, or something business related. Think of this person. All this that I'm saying right now, if you can have exercise, this helps improve your performance because you are better physically and mentally. If you focus on work, tends to improve your performance. If you go home and read a book and watch a movie or do anything you want to do, you are recuperating from a day of work, and the next day you tend to improve your performance. If you're going to go out and have a happy hour with your friends and something fun with your friends, you're creating connections with those people. You're making some network. So connection, it's a link, it's a trust, depending on the kind of connection that you develop, and that generates a kind of more business activity. So if we agree with what I'm saying, to do all this throughout a day generates good conditions and improvement in the business and the entrepreneurship and your trajectory in your career, I risk saying that it's a double or triple journey, which is conduced individually when a woman does that. So if either one of this is true. Maybe in a couple, for instance, maybe one can do that and the other one can't. So who's that going to be? So the one of the couple who cannot do all this is not going to have all that opportunity in his or her career, and and take a lot more energy to arrive where this person wants, and where I can see in the span of these amazing women are able to do it in their journey. So it's an important point of discussion, and I want to take advantage and recommend a book about a professor that I was able to have a class in SEAD in 2016. So this is a topic that's been going on for so long. It's called Couples That Work. That's her book. So how can a couple progress in their career together? I think that's a discussion that's very interesting, a provocation I would like to leave here and bring it to the individual level for us.
So, to talk about that, we talked a lot about that, about the women and opportunities in this market. How does this happen in IDB? Do you have another path for women in leadership? A colleague at the last panel said that a company doesn't turn sustainable and diverse from day to night. It is a step-by-step process, and we have to establish indicators. We fund, we give money, we grant smaller interest rates. We ask for indicators, and this is where the bank focus. We are seeking diversity in the projects that we fund, and this is done step by step. We cannot do much more than that. We have technical assistance resources. We help to develop courses. So we have technical courses to women, so we improve the hiring of black women in the Northeast. So we do what we can. So we do this brick by brick. And we do this according to economic index, to social index in the region. So we see these projects happening in banks. And we do this step by step, sustainable projects, diverse projects. I will ask another question to Ms. Chu. In your company, how do you guarantee more balance and representativeness of women in all the levels of activities? If you think this scenario that we're showing, it looks like Brazil, you are the advisor of Speaking Brazil, you are very close to scenarios that are quite different. She is a manager of SPS in Brazil, and they have subsidiaries in 47 countries. So I see many realities, not just in Brazil, but other countries of Asia. I have a lot of knowledge on China, Brazil, Chile, about the traditional work of energy and how women are in these environments. Each country has its difference. We're going to clarify each matter for each country. So, so it's a good question. All my work was done with renewable sources of energy. And I am a woman as well. And I deal with this matter, and I love the question. We still have to improve a lot on how to have women in the companies, because the percentage of women in companies is usually is on average 20% less, and in energy renewable sources of energy is 30% less women than men. So the possibilities are smaller. But if a company increases gender and balances gender, they can reduce the risk. So we can increase the number of women in leadership roles to balance gender and to reduce unemployment. Our company would be, this is just an advice, of course. So first, I would like to focus on technology and math for women. This part of education is quite important. Before getting into the market is quite important. So we have to have this since we are little, mathematics, science, technology, and see if they really enjoy this area. And if they like, we can encourage this woman or this girl to be able to work on the area that she likes. And second is about treatment. We are on solar energy. Also, we work with wind, and we have to remove prejudice against gender and people so we can give opportunities to all. And we have to give opportunities for women after pregnancy so they can have a chance to work, to prepare also women to work to the labor market. I am a director of the company, so from the point of view of the company, we need to understand the empathy and to have empathy towards others so we can improve our company and we can change the culture and leadership of the company. And to form a culture of respect and improve lives of women. Federico, going towards our last round of questions, everybody here at the panel gave their personal testimony of how women can face in the universe a moment, an unequal moment. You talked about affirmative actions that Neonesia has so women can be in the leadership positions. So electricist courses and all the initiatives that you mentioned, we were very impressed because we didn't know about it. But how do you see in this universe, not as a director of Neo Energy, but what do you think with that we could have as an advice from you, from a man? It's a big challenge to give advice. It's a great responsibility. It's a big responsibility. So, talking about the affirmative actions, we talked about metrics and commitments, and we are in this business world, and we should be prepared for it. It's not just to open the doors and hiring people. We have to welcome people. We have to encourage people, and this is a big responsibility to us to make these policies happen. We were talking about electricists, so sometimes we see situations that where the glove of the person, you have to have an adequate size of the boots, of the glove, of the helmet. Simple situations, infrastructure, welcoming from other employees. So these are examples that we have a lot of work to do to welcome women. So we do a lot of rounds of conversations. And this has happened in practice with electricists, with managers. We have pairs of electricists, men with men, women with women, woman with woman, men and woman working together. So we have to see this activity in the streets. Sometimes people see a woman working in the streets, so we have to adapt ourselves and have these encouragement. We see these women studying engineering, higher education courses, and they never had this opportunity before. So we have these incentives and scholarships so these electricists can study. Just so you have an idea, after you do the course, there's energy, and Neo Energy has been in Brazil for 3 years. So in last year, there were new electricists after 1 year, 2 years in the courses. 10% of the electricists that were promoted to technicians, half of them are women, half are men, through merit. So, as leaders of an organization, besides generating opportunities, we have to create environments so this can happen, to generate opportunities. So we know that with this, women can occupy leadership positions. And if you want to encourage leadership positions in the company, we have to encourage them since the base. So they can entry in the company, they can join the company, and this can generate growth opportunities for women, and women and men can grow in their careers. Thank you. Great.
Great, Camila. Have you participated ever in an action in this sense to affirm the position of women in this sector? Do you have any interesting story of affirmative policy that would you like to share? I think to going back to the collective but not institutionalized one, there is an initiative that's very interesting in the electric sector, which is, yes, they do exist. I don't know if you ever heard of about this initiative, but the story of it is very interesting, which is Agnes. She's the director of NEL today. Renata and Thais is the president of Biogas. When they were in the ministry, they would hear so much people saying, oh, you don't have women in leadership posts. They would hear that with a lot of frequency, and they said, yeah, it's because you don't have so many women in the market, so we can put in the leadership places. So they started to work on that, like voting informally in the sector. Say, hey, why don't you? Can you name a woman that you think would be a good executive secretary or so? And so they created the first list. So you had a list of names, and then this thing grew and became. So you have a website and everything. And today, if you want to research the name of any woman that had been chosen professionally and had any kind of be appointed, she will be there in this Yes They Exist. So it's called Yes They Exist in Portuguese, Sim, Elas Existem. So they have brought this and they created this wonderful backlog of professionals that we can access when we want to hire someone. We can, we can hire them. It's a fantastic initiative, informal, and without an institution behind it. We have, yeah, extremely nice. I agree with you. So there are several areas, and we're able to create several others that yes, they exist, right? How about you, Clarice? I know I've already said that you are a reference and inspiration for so many women, and your sector, and then Vibra, and in your strategy even as a professional. How do you imagine women can be inspired through what happened to you? It's a hard question. I think we need to um, make complexity less important. Not think that this is so hard to achieve. Just need to work and go after what we believe, do what we know how to do and can do well. I think it's basically like believe in ourselves and keep going, be more assertive, and hear other women. Also, I think we need to also one help the other. Have the opportunity to help somebody that's gonna make you move forward as well. So I think this exchange among women is very important. Wonderful, Silvana, and you. So we can end here. We were also talking about how the pandemic brought a different and new reality to our life, professional. How did this also made women, which has so much dedication to work since always, so how did this make them see an opportunity to adapt the personal to their business, and how is this being done with a little less guilt? Because it's something that women is born. You have a guilt being born. So what can we take from here? Going to the very personal level, I think pandemic brought us how to consolidate the hybrid work. This possibility changed most the women that I know in their reality. The hybrid work has changed their lives. I would say that obviously in the quarantine experience brought so many horrible things for so many family, tragic, but for others it was a huge transformation, and you had to live like you brought a union to your family in a way that you had more time to be with your family, be able to spend time with them. It happened to me. We were able to learn that we could work from home and do things in the house without having to go to work. So this brought so much more flexibility for women at work. And so in my personal life, I thought the hybrid work was like a conquest, a lot more feminine than masculine. It brought the flexibility for work. In my personal level, I have girls. They're 24, one of them. I worked my whole life, and I had so much contact with them, and in quarantine gave me this gift, which was to spend a year dealing with them all the time. So it was a period I can say that I worked a lot. They worked a lot. Still, we had a very nice time to spend together. Our work patterns also changed, and the women achieved so many conquests along that. I want to thank everybody's participation, our listeners that we're coming to the end of a panel. So many incredible things we can take to life. I want to thank you for the opportunity to hear you. So thank you so much.
Ok, vamos para
Okay, let's go for the official picture. Let's go to official picture. Rosângela Lara, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for this brilliant presentation and this panel. Now we have a tribute, a very well-deserved tribute that I want to call here the energy category. We want to call to the stage Daniela Alcaro. We are going to receive her in the category energy. A round of applause for Daniela. Ms. Daniela Fusco Caro, the founder and partner of Energy and Counselor of Abracel. The award will be given by the monitoring for Mercado da Câmara de Comerciação de Energia Elétrica, Ms. Rose Santos. Please, everyone, I just wanted to just give the award, but I have to say something very special. Dani is acting at the commercialization of renewable and electrical energy. It's true that we have a lot more women in the energy area, but commercialization sector was very extremely financial. It was usually trading at first. Now it's a little more complex. We have other products. So Dani, in fact, she is an icon representing to have like be able to achieve what she did. She's partner at the commercial area. There's no other one in the country that has a woman that is is a partner and also founder, and she's all that. Congratulations, Daniela. Congratulations, Daniela. Founder and partner of Steam Energy and counselor for Abracel. Well, first of all, I really want to thank Rosie for the words. I admire Rosie. She's a feminine woman and strong. That's something that I love to see this group, because sometimes we annul our femininity, and I think Rosie is able to keep that both things in a very beautiful way and be stronger for that. I would like to thank Monica and I would like to thank Camila, all the supporters and sponsors of the event. I want to say it's my first time in the WeFORUM, and I'm enchanted with it. Really, yesterday I had the opportunity to hear the women from each state that work with Semeki, and I was moved. I thought that, wow, how amazing this work right up there, and know how many municipalities where each one of them have to look at to develop female entrepreneurship, and it was very moving. I loved Obi speech as well. I took notes of beautiful sentences that she said, and thousands of amazing speeches at the ambassador Ana Silva. The ambassador had a very feminine point of view. The finance panel, high level, I loved it. So I want to talk about different aspects of the female entrepreneurship that I wanted to talk about, but I'm gonna choose one to be more assertive the 5 minutes that I have. I think what I chose is it's possible to go far. I think that when we do take a step as an entrepreneur, as a woman, is to look for independence. The first step is I want to work because I want to be independent, especially in that when we talk about, oh, I'm married, I don't want to depend on my husband, I'm going to give the first step. But this should be the first step of other hundreds. We need to look far, aim high. So I'm going to tell my story very quickly, the part of entrepreneurship because I'm of age already, and I worked in the investment bank, and I worked in finances, and I decided to be an entrepreneur in the electrical sector. I was a finance from startup, and I entered this adventure. No, not adventure. A company that was starting didn't even have its credentials. I thought it was very interesting to be an entrepreneur. I was fascinated by it. I was there for 2 years. Then I went to another startup, which I gained the next a partnership. I was executive partner, so I went one step above. And after 5 years there, I was able to get enough resources to start mine. So my business has already 7 years, and a Japanese group bought a percentage of the company. We were in Tokyo last year exchanging information about energy, and it was fantastic. We were able to bring so many different things here to Brazil. In 2020, I opened another company called Emana, which is solar power. We have 2 parks in Piauí, 2 in Bahia. And we're going to start a new society with a generator to build another 10 parks in the Northeast. So 2023 was a different year for me. I came to a level of seniority, and I decided it's a time to divide. And there's a phrase from Obi yesterday.
Eu acho que é isso. A gente tem que ser uma voz e dividir, mostrar.
You have to show your voice and show others that it's possible to do things. And I have goosebumps because I understand now that it's part of my mission. And I think it should be for more senior people. And I think it's fun to be able to share that. So I was elected councilor of Abracel. I'm the only woman there. Commercial Women of Brazil. I have 2 more councils linked to the University of Chicago. One is economy, the other one is energy. And this year I accepted the challenge to enter the council of an initiative with non-lucrative funds, a non-profit organization. And it's called I'm Not Without. I arrived here without studying so hard. I want to say that. So finally, the electric sector. I want to say to make you be attracted because I think it's a fantastic sector. Every day we read the newspaper. 20% of, sometimes 50%, or even most of the newspaper talks about climate change, reduce the carbon footprint, and carbon emissions, and all this is very important. And the largest pollutant in the world is generation of energy, except Brazil, because we have a renewable matrix intense. But the rest of the countries, yes. In the industries, we are here at CNI, so industrial process has the fossil fuels, especially gas. So lots of work to do, a lot of investments in the world, so that this happen. So it's an opportunity. So where there's focus, there's opportunity. And for women, it's an opportunity from A to Z, from engineering to be there effectively and be involved in construction of solar parks and the regulation, new technology, study about battery and hydrogen, and have so many new things happening. So I invite you to read more and be more up to date with this electoral sector. So finally, I think these are final words. Huge dream. Work for that. Work with that focus. Focus high. Don't focus down there. Study. I think education will help you in this path. If, of course, you have men that believe in you. I didn't do everything by myself. There's someone who helped me, a man. He was a good motivator, supporter of my trajectory. And all the crossroads, he was there with me. That was very important for me. Aside from husband, father, I think we talked about family in other panels, and I think this was essential to have the men that I have next to me, by me, on my side, helping. And it's important that men have this kind of thought and mentality to help us. And then finally, that's it. Please take a good look at the electoral sector, and good luck to everyone.
Parabéns.
Thank you, Daniela. Congratulations. Now, let's go to the panel about consumption. The panel will talk about important topics in the area, like the perspectives of retail, scenario of e-commerce, and the general perspectives of the sector. According to current scenario, the turnover of the Brazilian electronic trade reached 262.7 billion reais in 2022. It was an increase of 1.6% in relation to the previous year. According to Nielsen Key EBIT, there was a high of 24% of the amount of consumers at e-commerce in Brazil compared to last year. Although there was a growth well under inflation, after years of double digits in the pandemic, this amount represents a record for the sector that was made bigger by women's presence. Among the businesswomen of all sizes and turnover, 72% of women operate at the online trade against 64% of men. And now, to compose the panel, we invite Ms. Cristiane Amaral to be the moderator. She's a leader on the sector of consumption and retail for EY for South America. Let's give her a round of applause. Mrs. Janete Vaz, Vice President of the Board of Directors of Sabin Group. She's also a Vice President. Mrs. Larissa Pomerantzeff, she's a Senior Consultant for Aqua Capital. Mrs. Idaira Robaina Alfonso from Enterprise Europe Network, Project Advisor at ESMEA, Executive Agency of the European Commission. I'm sorry if I made a mistake. And Mrs. Flávia Quintanilha, CEO and co-founder of NIC Healthcare. Cristiane Amaral, you have the floor. So I always have to lower the microphone because I'm very short. So good afternoon. We are at the very last panel, but considering all the goals that Mauricio, Ana Cláudia, and Monica have to promote the consumption for everything that we want to say, it's a capacity. It's a critical capacity to do business, and we cannot do that without diversity. So doesn't make sense to have a board that is made of 100% men if the public and this consumer is diverse. So we understand that this is the probability to promote business, and we're going to have better results if we don't do that. And it's also the right thing to do. I am a partner at EY. We have been in this consultancy for more than 30 years. You can access this calculator that will calculate how long we're going to take to reach gender equality according to technical equalities. I always go to this calculator and I get very sad because 132 years, it's impossible. I have a daughter, she's 18, and I hope that she doesn't go through what we have gone through. And that's why we're calling this project of Women Fast Forward. We have to accelerate things. And we work with 3 pillars at EY: entrepreneur, next generation, and diversity. And That's why I'm going to start the panel. I'm going to ask each of our panelists, wonderful people, that if in the first question you can already introduce you and answer the question. I want to start with Janete. You have a visionary way of dealing with health with quality. You brought quality, efficiency, and focusing on the patient, which are us, patients, human beings. So you brought this perspective since the beginning of Sabin. And I wanted to understand, how do you see the fact that having a feminine leadership contributed to this market? I want to thank Monica Claudia for your invitation, and I want to compliment profusely this event. I said that Monica needs to do this, but with these women. She designs this prism, this triangle, where she puts these women at the top, and that we are here, and you that are there in the audience, and the base, where there is an interesting sentence that Sebrae takes care a lot, and we're gonna leave the basis to Sebrae, but it's our responsibility that women that are here find the way to the top, find inspirational models to get there. So basically, what we need to do is an event like this, but then we have to put men in the audience because they really need to understand what we are struggling so much to achieve. We are the generation that's fighting for gender equality, and we are the generation that will make a difference and will bring transformation. I said last week that I heard in Foundation Dom Cabral something that said, this era is not going to be reminded by artificial intelligence. That this is like the internet for my generation in the 80s. We were afraid of what was going to come, but this century is going to be about gender equality. For those of you who don't know me, I come from the Lab Sabin. We are a company of 40 years old, and it is an experience of somebody that didn't inherit anything, that didn't receive any support. But I had a dream, I had a diploma, and I found a friend, which was Sandra. Was our beginning. Courage and boldness. Sometimes I look back and I say, oh my God, I was so bold. I don't know if I would do it again. But literally, this is what happened. And when you talk about female leadership, this is a constant at Sabin. We have 70% of women in leadership. So it's natural for us. We are sensible, we are welcoming, we have vision. So we have everything. Intuition. When we began, I said that we didn't know about business. We knew about our business, health. We had a very extensive knowledge. And even before my graduation, I went to all the Congress because there is what we found the innovation and the contact with others. And this was fundamental to us. So female sensibility, everything, our vision, everything is part of this. And it was very important for us to understand what the client wants, what our product can impact, and how can we deliver this with top quality. And you said, since the beginning, quality is an undeniable quality to our products. We work with health. This is very dear to people. And today I got a ride until the airport. And then I was talking about saving. I was giving my pitch speech about saving. And then they said two things make the consumer very demanding. One is health, and the other is dedication. And because they are also afraid of dying. Perfect, Janet. Couldn't be better. And you've talked since the beginning of saving. You had two women that had this view, and I'm going to give the floor to Larissa. Larissa, you lead the strategy advisor of Aqua Capital and agribusiness in Latin America. Brazil is a champion of exports in many cultures, cultivations. But still, it's a masculine world predominantly. So we want to hear, how do you see the contribution of women in leadership and in businesswomen, and how do you see these advances? So I know that she will be able to contribute with that. Thank you, Chris. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm going to start telling a little bit about my story. I worked 20 years in multinational companies, and during these last 20 years, I migrated to agribusiness. So I've been there for 17 years. In 2018, I decided to become an entrepreneur. And in this journey, ended in private equity and in the Aqua Capital, 100% focused in agribusiness. Opposite to what many people talked about today, agribusiness is still very masculine. I think everybody who thinks about agribusiness thinks about the producer with the straw hat, or that multi-millionaire producer with a private jet. And the feminine presence is still very shy. And I think that we could do a very big change. This is a transition moment. What we notice is that the new generation, opposite to what was the producer and the son in the past, you see a lot of women in the business, and they want to have successors, female successors. Agribusiness is responsible for almost 30% of the GDP of the country. And if we think about the feminine presence, are there female producers? Yes. I'm not saying that there aren't, but it's the number is much less than the men. And we were talking about digital, how digital has grown in different sectors, and 34% of women are in digital, and agribusiness still, even during the pandemic, it's still a physical sale. The values are quite high. It's difficult for a person to buy a car, for example, about $200,000 just clicking a button on the cell phone. The purchases of a producer vary from 5 to 6 million, and they go to the physical stores. They want to sit down, they want to negotiate, and they want to do it with the man on the other side of the table. So it's quite difficult. And the people ask me, what are you doing here? I am completely in love with agribusiness. If you like emotions and not having a routine, agribusiness is the place. I remember the first year of agribusiness, the person that hired me said, in agribusiness, no day is like the other. No, there are no same days. So it's true. All years are different. If this not the price of the commodities, is the exchange rate of the dollar, it's fertilizers with Ukraine's war. So it is guaranteed emotion. And I think that the sensitivity and some characteristics that you put to us are extremely important in agribusiness. The matter of intuition, of sensitivity, to have a less pragmatic perspective and completely rational aggregates a lot, especially in agribusiness. So my invitation is that more women seek to study and know more about agribusiness, and that industries can support a lot the entrance of women in agribusiness. So policies, governments can support. And I've seen some situations where there is not an opening like this. But the largest cooperative in Latin America, I was visiting this cooperative and I said, I need to go to the bathroom. It's recent, okay? It's not 20 years ago. There's no female bathroom here. We don't have that. And I said, oh, okay, any bathroom then, any restroom. So yeah, we need to foment the presence of women in the agribusiness. There is a lot of space to grow in the agribusiness, and we need you there. It's true, Larissa. And 30% of the GDP is a lot, right?
All right, we got a little bit of an overview in the health area, or this perspective of quality and evolution, innovation in the country. We could see the agribusiness and two complementing points of view. I wanted to ask Daria if you could add this vision of international relations that you have, and why you think or believe that it's important to have women that are leaders and entrepreneurship in the business community. Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'm sorry I don't speak Portuguese. First of all, I wanted to ask for the invitation to this forum, and I have a position that is a thematic group that represents Natalia representing, and I'm very impressed with this forum. In reality, I'm impressed to see a room that's filled with women, and it looks like those that we have in Europe, but not this kind. First of all, I wanted to talk about, actually I wanted to ask a question so we can think about it. Allow me to 20 seconds to think. If one day all of us, the women who we stopped working and stopped taking care of the house and the children, the economy would end. But in reality, that's a data that is impressive. The Investment Bank and European Commission had a study in Europe that we have 52% of population are women, but only 34% work. And of this 34%, only 30% are entrepreneurs. So this explains a little bit the role that the European Commission has, and we're working for a long time for helping entrepreneur women, so that this 34% of go up, because we have other data that says that women, places that are led by women are more productive in the world and more innovative. So our objective in European Communion level is to facilitate credit, because we have sometimes lots of steps that women don't get the loan or credit so easy as men. So we also want to give support to education, because if we don't have women ready with their capabilities, they're not going to be able to access the market just like men do. So gender equality is absolutely necessary. It will not come by itself. The store is not going to do its work alone. We have to fight. It's a commitment we have every day, and it shows us the benefits that gender equality can bring. Just in Europe, if all of us were able to have the gender equality, we have 10 million posts of work in addition, in which would improve the economy 2 to 3 billion euros. So we have the capability to be ready and take away obstacles and fight so that these obstacles fall down and take them down, and we have success with that. So we want to thank you. We were speaking different levels, but it's important to have this in an expanded nation. It shows us how much we can share and experiences and work together in the way that we need to. And also in the health sector. And the patient, like we mentioned, is us, is the humans. So we wanted you to, in the health sector, to perceive that you have a team, a group, giving support to a better experience. I'm not talking about better to the consumer, but better for the patient. Wonderful, well, people, everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you, directing this panel. To start with, I want to talk a little bit about my background quickly. I acted so many years in the retail, so I really looked at the methodological area. And the last 7 years, I've been working on the health sector. And many a times we don't respect the patient as a consumer. We don't give them the voice and the experience of the as a consumer, so he can engage in his work and his help. So if you work in marketing background, for instance, we were also data intelligence and technology in order to improve and develop a platform that can trace the patient's trajectory on a day-to-day basis. So why is that? So we can do a customer service that is great, don't make the patient wait so long, and know how to make this process, and that at the end of the day generates data intelligence so that the person who is taking care of our health can count on our engagement. And what is it that we see in the NICI? That the patient, as a consumer, many times cannot have the same service and experience. Today we have the experience of streaming. It's so easy to consume, to watch movies, but sometimes in health it's so hard to get a doctor when we need. And sometimes to understand what he's saying, because there are norms, and in the health department there's a context that's more critical. So all of this, what involves empathy, understanding, for me to look at the other way. And as much as I'm speaking about the artificial intelligence, I used to say in our meetings when we are talking about the platform development, I say, guys, if my great aunt from the small town understands how to use this, that's amazing. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. You can have the best technology that there is. It's not going to work. So when we look at the person out there, and you can generate value for everyone, that's worth it. I don't do this by myself. In the technology, it's very hard to find women coding. Sometimes I want to have more women in the developing team. It's a prerogative, and it's usually I have more men than women. We're still working on it. We have already some female presence. That's nice. But in the universe of technology, this is people developing technology so that people utilize these technology. In other words, people are more important. Peopleware is more important than hardware and software. So this concept is what we have. We need to have diversity. And when I talk about diversity, I'm talking about just men and women, but different points of view. When we have points of view of uh, experience and livelihood, so that at the end of the day we can engage and have a better software quality. Flavia, thank you so much. This new round has taught us a lot. And when you talk about understanding of the human and as a patient and his journey and experience, I think it applies to every business. Either we understand our consumer as a human and their behavior is changing in the time that he uh, has a need and wants to buy and try new things out, his business will not have success. And when we talk about consumer perspective, we think that the behavior of the consumer has changed completely during the pandemic, and the Brazilian population also has been changing. It has a profile and probability of change even bigger. So I wanted to hear a little bit, Janete, and putting together with the health issue was saying, but preventing the business and preventing um, health. Sometimes in Brazil we take care of the problem, but not so much in a preventative way. I have a private health insurance, my husband and I, but sometimes we don't have so much uh, help from the doctors. They don't work with prevention. We need to work in prevention in our lives, our family life. So I wanted to hear you a little bit, Janete. How do you notice the change in Brazilian population and the relevance, one more time, of this diverse vision and behavior and the way a population transform itself and makes it equal and work on prevention and not just correction? It's a very important topic because when you talk about consumption, if you talk about the word, you say the word consumption, it takes you to the image of benefiting the well-being of the people. So you think of trips, food, you think of clothing, everything except health. But health is a product. It's a product that we need to understand that we literally need to give the client a product that takes him the quality and personal satisfaction for him as well. In the Geneva Convention, we put a promotion in health such as the absence, the promotion of health avoids the sickness. So when you do the promotion to health, you are already doing the prevention to improve the habits, quality of life, search for joy and satisfaction. And today we have been through COVID. We had two moments in the world. One pre-COVID, where people would just go looking for the correction. Most of the people, except those who had comorbidity, but the rest they would only look for doctors when they need. And today we see a new behavior in people, which is what you're talking about. Is literally people are more worried with the mental issue, quality of life, quality in her family, spiritual quality. All this is new in this moment, and there's a difference in the consequence in the search for quality of life for the person. And then we know we had several things. We were worried about the vaccine, and thank God now we finally understand the importance of vaccine. It was a habit the young parents were abandoning. Also the search for sports, to know that sports is health. It's important to have a team in sports, and it brings family. We motivate sports more than 30 years now. We do that with our collaborators. We know that their health is out there is important. We need to understand, especially for the health and way of life of our collaborators. Sabin is known as it's being humane, and the happiness of our employees and collaborators. So the best thing I like to do is that when someone say, I went to Sabin, and the person is happy. So that's promoting health, promoting the work environment for the person. So happy people produce better. So take care of the health of your collaborators, because they will take care of the health of your client. Or they will take good care of your business. Something that also influenced in the consumption of is longevity. It's another impact in our generation. We are the generation of longevity. So we have a lot of opportunities also. The the industry that came from longevity, there's a new market open out there. The government was not prepared for this. Another important thing is today we no longer take care of the elderly just in home care. They need a place for um, relax and hang out. Saw a cardiologist, Dr. Robin, and his wife, Maria, in geriatrics. She said, now I want to talk about longevity, and I want to hear from Dr. Janetti. What do you think about this moment? How do you see it? And I say that the search for happiness, very many people were here and talked about, such as Robin yesterday. They were talking about the moment when the person within a place where she needs to be happy. She needs to promote happiness. Promoting happiness is health. It's a guarantee for health. So I told her, I got married when I was 60. I was looking for happiness. I had a marriage that was bad for 30 years, and I recovered it with the same boldness and courage 30 years later. I started this business with three collaborators. Now it's at more than 7,000 and 170 unit. So that was the boldness and the courage that I have. And my cardiologist had said more than once that I wouldn't last more than 5 years, and I knew this prognosis, so I had to do something, and this something was to find someone who complimented me and talk about consumption. Everything I've done to my daughter when I was in her marriage, I also gave it to myself with the same courage and boldness. I want to ask, this may sound silly, but I'm not a doctor. Jeanette, you can correct me, please. But it's enough to look any exam of electroencephalogram to see the difference when the person is happy and when they're not happy, and the effect that brings in the whole organism. It's the best medication. I don't know if it's better than sleep or happiness. I don't know which one comes first, but one of the two, and Jeanette can tell us later. So Flavia, you mentioned, Larissa, sorry, you mentioned that you started in the technology sector, and then later you migrated to agribusiness, and now you are in the pre-record. So can you have this journey, multi-sectorial journey, and you're led in different countries. Can you mention to us what you notice that are factors, critical factors of success for a woman to be successful while a leader in her journey?
Chris, if you allow me, I return the question, but I just wanted to talk about the previous topic about the prevention and correction. I think Ana Cabral spoke about it today, that women from the 70s are trying to correct the behavior of men because they learned when they were kids that women stayed home and the fathers would go out of the house to work. So we're trying to correct something they have learned in the past. Today I have two kids. I have a girl and a boy, and they always ask me, What do you do so Carolina become an empowered woman? I don't do anything. She was born ready. My greatest objective in life is make that Felipe is not sexist. So it's prevention and the education of the boys. They have to grow. They have to understand it's prevention that women are as important as men. They're as capable as men, and they can do whatever they want. So this is what I wanted to say first. Perfect. So what does a leader need? Darwin. Darwin. Well, the strongest will survive, but it is a capacity of adaptation that is quite big. I think that the ones that have the largest capacity of adaptation are going to act better. A lot of people say that a person that is successful is the one that imposes their way of work. And I always say that every time you take on a new challenge or a new team, it's zero. You go back to scratch. No matter how many times you were successful in the past, people are completely different, independently if they are women or men. What motivates one person does not necessarily motivate another. Ambitions are different, and your capacity to understand this in a team and understand how to motivate everyone to be so they can work together the best way possible. This is what's going to ensure your success. So you have to have a large capacity of the leader with the team and not inverse, not the opposite. And sometimes some characteristics they get in the way. And I think that most of us learn how to act about the not having an ego, to balance many pillars in our lives. Sometimes one thing is successful, the other is not so much. So we try to balance, and we've learned that flexibility is critical. And as you said, I understand that for business even more. And talking about the global perspective, what are the challenges that you perceive that women go through to open business, considering your experience among countries, and also to have success as entrepreneurs? We've talked about leaders, now we're going to talk about the entrepreneurs. So many obstacles for women. 1 in 5 women considered to open a company. And we've talked about inequalities and that gender inequality generates a different opportunities in the market. Just to mention some, education is the first problem that we have. We are from this generation where it was always thought that women are at home and men go out to work, and we have to change this mentality. But still, we still have a lot to do. So we have to educate people. So we have to have business courses for women and girls. There was this project to help children to train them. The first obstacle of a woman is trust. We don't believe in ourselves because, unfortunately, because of the situation and education we have received, we think that we are not capable. We think we are not going to have the same opportunities as men and women just because we're women. So we see in Europe, I think that in Brazil is the same. We see that when we get to higher levels, for example, higher education, we don't dare getting into our scientific professions. We have more capacity. We have the same capacities. And it's important to have this. So stereotypes, they are still present. age. So we have to change this. I have to change that. If I want to, I need to have confidence because when I open a company, I see that women receive less credit than men just because they're women. And I have some data from a study that we carried. Just 17% of risk capitals are for companies created by women. So the capital is zero just because they're women. So this is really sad because still in 2024 we have this kind of data. And in the solar sector, for example, we've talked a lot about this. 40% of workers are women. And talking about leadership, 92% of the positions are of men. This is something we have to change. There is a lot of work to do. And these obstacles, when you see you see that out of 5 women have the courage to start this business, and I think that this is something global. This difficulty, and just to, I'm not talking about being a leader. We have to see this as something that will work in our favor. Same thing with COVID. The woman that we cannot stay home as well. We have to go out and we have to work. So this is a very heavy workload. There is a lot of mental health problems for women, especially during COVID, because we take care of kids, we take care of home, and sometimes the men only have to work and that's it. So it seems that their work is more important than ours. So we have this problem as well. And as I said, the difficulty to have access to credit. We have studies that show that women receive less credit than men. So we have a lot of difficulties. Because of that, we need to work with specific measures for women. And last thing that I wanted to say, when we think about business women, we think about multinational companies with great income, but in Europe, most of them are small-sized companies. And a businesswoman is a woman that has a small store, that has her job at in her room, in her house, while taking care of the kids. So we have to think about that, about the small companies, the businesswomen that work from home. So there is still a lot to do, and we're trying to solve this in Europe, and you're also trying to eliminate these barriers, I can see. All of these barriers, including the pay gap, it brings a need to have structural changes, big ones, for our country and the world. So we need to pressure public policies in the companies, and also raise our hands and say, I want this position, or I want to get better paid. So there is a set of actions so we can work with this. And Flavia, you have a migration, right? So you linked a sector that was quite challenging because you have a regulation about with a product with quality, and also you brought this technology and innovation. Can you comment with us what are the factors that are critical for success, to have success while being a businesswoman and also having so many challenges, so many business challenges, as you said? Well, I think it's easier for me to share with you what works for me because I underwent many experiences in my career and what I've learned and how I could overcome barriers that many times were in my head, but in a specific situation, I had overcome these barriers. So, in a discussion, in a meeting, for example, I saw situations like, what are you saying? You're going to be home soon taking care of your kids. No, no, you don't have a saying here. Or, Flavia, you're an excellent professional, but pregnant, we are not going to be able to promote you. So these were situations that really got under my skin, that really made me question my capacity. So to be able to continue on this path and to seek what I'm seeking. So this gives me a lot of strength to be in this panel with people like this. But these are factors that make me put into situations that are very difficult and reach better places for my career, my team. So, if I can say what gives me strength to be an entrepreneur, you have to develop many social abilities. So, I had to learn about the private sector, finance. We were talking about that with Larissa and many others. So, what supports me and what gives me strength? I'm trying to avoid the word success because sometimes it means that we've reached something that is untangible. But for me, it is a success to be able to be here and also watching their mothers talking at this panel. This is quite successful for me. And I always say to the team, and I always talk about this, at the end of the day, you have to enjoy the ride. Some days are going to be very difficult, but we have to enjoy the journey. There is no success in career, success in professional business life, or I cannot separate these into small boxes. So, oh, but mommy, you're not gonna be with us. You have to work. Oh, but I'm doing something so nice. Let's go to the office with mommy so you can see what I'm doing. And Larissa talked about that. I try to say to my kids that work is not something heavy or difficult. It's something that you can like. And if you have any difficulties, things will be lighter. So I don't know if I brought the context that I wanted to, but to continue on this journey is to study a lot. But I don't think there is better inspiration than the practice. And if we don't share, and if we don't tell the stories, this will give us strength in another situation. So I saw the sign 1 minute. So I wanted you to share very briefly stories like those, matters and practical cases that have happened to you that you would like to share with the teams that you have led, with the business that you took care. So share something that you did or something that you have been doing that supports more women in business. And then I open to questions and everybody can share a practical case or something that we can support each other to transform this business world.
Well, in our case, all of us were focusing in the We network, which is a place that there's lots of influence because it's a priority for the European Union in the political level. So what we're trying is to help with education, with programs to children, programs to help educate women. We talked about in pandemic that women are really good with networking and other abilities such as digitalization, we're not so good. So through the process of professional network, we're training women to do this transformation, digital and sustainable. So get ready for the future because in Europe we are going to a path of more sustainable company and digital companies. So in this group of professional network, we have the information and personalized training in the European Union. When a woman comes to bring financing, what do? We give for training and prepare them so that they have a larger percentage of success. And in the legal area, in the 2024, we had a law in the European Commission that had been blocked for 10 years. It was to guarantee that so that women can have a place of direction in the companies. So basically, we had to mandate in the European level that we have at least number of women, a minimum. And after 10 years, this law, after 10 years of being blocked through the European Commission, because men did not want to approve this law, and finally were able to do that this year. So from now on in Europe, the least amount, the number of directors in a company for women have to be 33%. We have to fight for equity, yes, and it's a huge success we had. Another very important thing I can see here, we have a lot of mothers, and I include myself in that. And I consider something that's amazing, and fortunately today it works that way. I don't know how it is in Brazil, but in Europe, maternity leave it wasn't the same. We're women, and we would have would have 2 months, and the mother would have 2 months, and the father 10 days. So you go home, take care of your child, you forget that you're a woman inspired to be a director. But now you have 2 months for the dad and 2 months for the mother, and that is not transferable. So that's a step of equality, because equality is created in the house. So it's an amazing message we can give, the same responsibility for the father and for the mother. And I think it's something that in the future that can make a difference. Perfect, Dalia. Okay, thank you so much. Perfect. So think about something that was happened to you, practical, an action that you want to share with us. Since my since the company has a female soul, I want to say quickly why it's important and what makes the difference. We have a vision of taking care of women, the welcoming of the woman, understanding her needs, because we live there. The most practical case I want to say is a company of two women that lived all of the needs of the woman as a mother, as a wife. The marriage that was first failed, maybe the first one, and the second was okay. So we have to understand that this is the person has a permission to look for her liberty, respect, and dignity. Teach people to have courage to face challenges, and together with them support and make things happen. We watch that on a daily in the company. I'll be 70 years this year. I'm very proud to say that we went through this stage and we achieved where we are by hearing these stories. So thank I want to thank for everyone who sat where I am. Yesterday, all the panels said my name. So I think it's the most real case I have to tell. What did I do? I lived intensely all the moments. Was it easy? No. But it was possible. And my children, I tell them in the presentation, I ended up looking for a psychologist to make sure later on my children were not going to complain about my absence. And my psychologist said they would be proud of me. So the best inheritance we can leave for children is your life. The biggest inheritance we have for our collaborators and employees in this sense of respect and courage and boldness, not be afraid of challenge. It's to always move forward and always with lots of faith in God. I do not stop talking about God because He's the present of Satan. He gives us direction. And we say this very calm and with happy with our value in our company and spiritual value and family value. These are our challenges of our day to day. And these values is what strengthens us. Larissa now. Very quickly, wonderful proposal for the maternity leave. I don't know if you know, but in Denmark it's 6 months the woman and 6 months the man. And I had a boss from Danish, and he was Danish, and he said, "What do you mean your husband is not taking leave?" I said, "Yes." Let me tell you how it is in Brazil. So, yes, I think this forum is wonderful. We have amazing initiatives all over. But I'm on my campaign that for small actions we can do on a daily basis from now. So to ask someone for a name for work, give it a woman's name. Someone called you for the coffee to talk bad about a woman, don't say, support the woman. Dani said that we have a very important role when you come to a point in the seniority of the agency. Pull her up, mentor her. Everybody here, I am sure, can make small actions from now on without having to have a huge project through a law. And that's what I want to leave as a message for you. Focus on the boys, young boys, not to be chauvinistic. Miss Flavia, I want to tell you quickly a case that talks about biodiversity, especially about men and trans men and women that we face with a client of us from HF Global that talks about sexual transmitted disease, especially people in vulnerability. So for medicine, what's important for the care is the biological sex, the way you were born. So we start from that principle to collect data and keep going with the process of care. But within this specific context, we had men and women who were trans that wanted, and sometimes the lack of information, what it is biological sex, sexual option, and gender identity. They all three distinct things. But we faced this challenge, and internally we had to educate ourselves, understand the difference in the partnership with them, and adapt to our platform. Why? So that biological sex is respected. I could not sensibilize this in the system. I cannot bring an information that's wrong for the treatment because it can impact negatively the end result of that treatment. But what we did was, within the journey of the treatment, bring the information to the patient in a way that he's comfortable, preserving data so that the engagement would continue. Because if that partner does not feel welcome, he would evade. So that was a learning thing. We saw ourselves in a scenario, the company arguing what's one thing, what's the other, the client coming with us to support us going and trying to understand this people, how the kind of point of view they had. And I learned something that was really strong for me from Beto, with the president of HF here in Brazil. He said, Flávia, imagine you look at yourself in the mirror and you see beard, facial, hair on your chest and you think doesn't represent me. But then you can look in the mirror and you say, okay, I'm finding myself now. So, but then you can't have society seeing you the same way. So it's an internal fight, constant internal fight. So it was a huge learning experience, and I wanted to bring this learning and share this experience with you. Okay, everyone, I wanted to share with you now a case that was from me, so we can conclude. I'm the moderator. I was not supposed to talk, but after hearing all the stories, I'm not going to stop myself. Monica knows I like to say what I think. I think throughout my career, I started the civil construction, then I went to consulting. And throughout my career, I had so many things like this, the kind that you mentioned. Oh, you're pregnant, you're not going to be promoted, for example. So at one moment, my boss, I didn't know if he was letting me go or giving me advice. I would only make half a minimum salary a month, and I needed more. He told me, go to a big eight at the time, which was the big auditorship and consulting companies. He said, because in those companies, those attributes you have is what's going to be good for you. So I didn't know if he was just letting me go or giving me advice. So I looked at it as an advice. I switched after 1 week. I started a process. I started a UI, and it was a very male place 30 years ago. This opportunity came, and I kept going. But I was pregnant when I was promoted to be a partner. It was the first woman to be replaced, promoted, and I was pregnant. So what I want to talk about that part was, do not let anyone say to you or to anyone else what's impossible, because only I can say what's possible and not possible for me. No one else. So don't let anyone. I think each one of us can give us that or say that to ourselves. So it's a rule. Don't let don't let a habit, a model of society dictate something that you go through on your day-to-day basis, be it at work or personal life. The most difficult time in my life, it wasn't at work, it was personal life. My husband fainted right in front of me in Austria. He was given brain dead twice. I felt he was alive, and I told the people in the hospital, do not turn it off. I had that feeling, and only I could decide that. I didn't allow anyone to tell me what was possible or not possible. I said, he is alive. And he started to feel better. So just don't allow. And don't let anyone say that the perfect is what everybody had to do. So don't kill yourself. Be happy in the journey. Success is a definition for each one of us. Each person determines to himself what they can and their limitation. I think that if we live this way, we accelerate the transformation in this world and prove everything that can be done. Thank you very much.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much to all participants. Thank you, Cristiane, Janete Vaz, Larissa, Daira, Flávia. I'm sure that all of us here will leave this place renewed after these 2 days of forum. Did you like, girls? Are you ready for 2025? In 25, we'll be in Belo Horizonte, and we hope to see you there. We're already very anxious and excited. Now the official picture. And unfortunately, we are coming to an ending of our forum. I hope that you have enjoyed this event, and on behalf of the organization, I, Deborah Aguilar, founder of Lady Di, a platform for connections of business among women, businesswoman. I would like to thank you for your presence, and we hope to see you again in 2025 with a lot of advances in the corporate feminine universe. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you.
Eu só quero ser feliz, tá junto dos negócios do bairro onde eu cresci e poder me orgulhar que comprando dos pequenos eu faço o Brasil girar. Eu tô procurando ideia aqui no bairro, comprar do pequeno é muito mais rápido. Eu compro da Neuza, compro da Tereza, eu compro do Marcos, do seu Reginaldo. Eu compro do pequeno aqui do meu bairro porque movimenta a economia e gera oportunidades para o Brasil inteiro. Vai comprar? Compre do pequeno negócio.